Good evening, everyone. This is our City Commission, it's a special City Commission meeting tonight. Our briefing session right now, and typically during briefing session, it's about from 6 to 7 or so. We update each other from other boards or events we've been to, do calendar items, any kind of legislative issues or discussion items. This is the only time we get a chance to kind of be together and talk about informal matters. No votes are usually taken at this time. So here we go. Ron, would you like to start us off?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. Apologize for bombarding you with a big mail folder yesterday. So we had a lot of items there that were relevant for tonight's meeting, and sent you a couple more throughout the day. And I know you got a lot of written comments today as well. So appreciate that. One of the things that, as you consider the request from the Flint Hills Discovery Center Foundation item, they are open to having even though it's all private fundraising, they are open to having a commissioner to serve on that selection committee for the design build RFP. So you might think about that and let us know if you're interested in that. So if that's a consent agenda item, so that's something we could maybe decide now or here before we start the regular meeting, and then announce it as part of the consent agenda maybe.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I know they're talking about the kidscape, and they have a lot of moving pieces, but it looks like something very interesting. Anybody here on the City Commission interested in serving as part of that selection committee for the Flint Hills Discovery Center kidscape?
I would be.
Commissioner Morris, anybody else?
Unless you do.
Okay, no, Commissioner Morris is
Okay,
interested. So.
great. Sounds good. Thank you. Jared, you going to give a sound system update?
Certainly. Jared Wassinger, assistant to the city manager. As you can see, we still have the camera and temporary mic in front of us. Ready Systems should be, they got all their parts in. They're going to be working over the week of Christmas and the week after. So should be on our new system for January 4th, just in time for the legislative meeting with commissioners and state legislators. And they'll be there actually to help us do the first broadcast on that system, and then teaching staff thereafter. So really looking forward to that. I know they're just as excited to get the project done as we are. So
I'm sure.
thank you for your patience on that.
Jared, just tell them your credibility's on the line here.
Will do. I've been.
And we're not
we've been talking
hassling
a lot.
you. We just ask every week or two.
Okay, thanks. So
Yeah,
is that
thank
the
you.
only thing that's that they need to do? So if somebody's watching from home, is this what they see up here, or can you zoom into speakers?
So everything that you see on the camera here is what folks see at home, both on Facebook, Channel 3 and Cox,
Okay.
or in the website. When we make the switch over, everyone's mics will be linked into the Zoom meeting, so that way folks can see both the Zoom participants and the camera angles that we're doing here in City Hall. So it'll be a much more easier process for the public to view the meeting. Also be much easier for virtual and in-person participants to hear everybody, see everybody. I know the difficulty when we have people who are meeting over Zoom and virtually while some folks are still here is that ability to hear. Now everybody's mics will be synced into that system as opposed to this one mic here that's catching everything over the speakers. So that'll be an enhancement. And then we have it's basically a connection between the Zoom meeting and our broadcast that kind of links them together in that one video conference, and that way you'll be able to see everybody as well too. So each person will basically be a participant in the meeting, whether you're virtual or here.
Okay. And how about the presenters? Can we see the presenters if we are like on Zoom?
Yep, we'll be
Okay.
able to do those things as well.
Sounds good. Thanks a lot, Jared.
Yep.
Jared, I do have a question. will how will it work for the public to participate in a meeting? Can they participate in Zoom, by Zoom as well as here? I know you've just told us that they could from here because they'd be at the podium, but I'm wondering about a virtual member of the public.
So virtual public comment is kind of what you're talking
Same
about?
thing, yes.
So that's all based on the platform that we use. Right now, we currently use Zoom. Chad Bunger and his staff with the planning board are trying to work through some processes through the Zoom webinar feature to allow virtual public comment. The idea that you don't have to come to City Hall to make that public comment. We're trying to test those things out through these boards to see if it's something we can bring forth and adopt within our policy,
Okay.
our city commission meetings policy as it relates to public comment, to allow that. And that's something that we would bring back to the commission to show you what that looks like, explain to you what that looks like so that you can see the process and the controls that staff would need to have in place to ensure that Zoom bombing doesn't occur and all those things that you've seen in the news where people can kind of take over a meeting and those protocols that would need to be in place for staff to turn off someone's mic or, take those matters into their hands when it comes to controlling the meeting.
So,
But it is possible, yep.
okay. So when you're using that those new methods, why don't you let us know and we'll watch for sure then.
Yeah, certainly. We'll definitely let you know when, I know Chad with the planning board, BZA, and a couple of their boards are trying to test some of those things out.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Jared. A couple other things. We've got January 4th scheduled at 9 a.m. for the meeting with legislators. That'll be hybrid, but we will be broadcasting from this room. So if you want to attend in person, that's certainly fine. And if you want to participate remotely, that's fine as well. So I think we'll probably have a little bit of both, but it may depend on where the circumstances are at the time as well. So we did have the draft legislative platform in that thick mail folder last night. Mm-hmm. So you might take a look at that and see if there's anything that you think we should adjust or add or delete before we have that meeting with them. So got a little bit of time there in that regard. Also want to try and look at a date or dates for commission retreat. One of the things that was announced and the chamber board took action today was that they're going to postpone their community retreat probably until June. They had talked about whether they would delay it till like spring, and they didn't want to be pushed back another time. So the consensus was to move it to June, and so sometimes we sometimes wait, kind of aligning on that aspect of things. But again, they plan to do that locally. Targeting June. So I wanted to, so the other thing that, if you recall from the presentation last week from the consultants on the strategic plan and just kind of getting the feel for you of how long you want to go. Do you want to go all day? You want to go half a day? Because one of the things we talked about was having a retreat with them, anticipate having their contract on the January 5th commission agenda. And then sometime thereafter, then having a retreat on the strategic plan, and whether or not you'd want to double those up, or is your preference to maybe have a commission retreat and then the strategic plan. So I don't know, some feedback on that would be good, and then a particular day of the week and some times would be good to have as well as we look at those January calendars. Fridays.
I think Fridays are best. I'm not planning on going anywhere, so most days should work for me. I think, did you say half a day? Is that
So
what
I'm looking for feedback, whether you
Okay.
want to
That's for the strategic plan to meet with the consultants.
And your retreat as
And-
well.
Okay.
I think our retreat is important, and we shouldn't cut it in half. So I think we need a separate meeting for the strategic plan discussion with the consultant. And maybe after the retreat sounds like a logical.
2 half-days, maybe.
Okay. All right.
I think that sounds good to me. Part of my thinking is a refresher on some of the OEI stuff and the internal things that don't necessarily have to take up all our time with the strategic plan would be good.
Right. Well, we've got a lot of carryover. Even though we had a very small CIP for 21, we have a lot of carryover items in the works that certainly we want to lay out to you. So anybody object to a Friday? And would you prefer morning or afternoon? I saw a
I
pitch
have
for
no
afternoon.
yeah, I have no preference either way.
All right.
Are you talking in person, like here, or you usually have it
So-
at the Discovery Center or somewhere,
We would have to broadcast them
or, okay?
because it's a public meeting, so it would be beneficial to be here. But again, we could still do it hybrid. If we're shooting for half days, I think that could make it certainly better maybe to be in person.
Yeah, we
But
could do it like this.
What part needs to be broadcast? Just the meeting with the consultants?
no, any meeting of the commission right now
When all
Katie
5
is-
of us do it together.
needs to be broadcast.
We haven't really talked about this. We speculated a little bit, but I didn't. Katie, I saw you kind of shaking your head.
So anytime that we have a limited capacity room, which we do now, versus the normal capacity of the meeting room, we have to broadcast. So this meeting, we'd have to. So the question for the retreat would be, what's the normal capacity of the room that you would hold it in? And are you going to limit the in-person capacity under that when you have the retreat? So in other words, if you're going to allow people to attend in person and the capacity is similar to what it would be in the past, you may not have to broadcast it. So it's kind of a room-based determination. But the reason we say that about all these meetings is because any meeting held in here is obviously a limited capacity.
And I assume we can't make people register for that. So we don't know if, for example, if we had it at the conference center, which would be potentially a lot. I mean, we've never had probably more than half a dozen guests at a commission retreat, but you never know. And that's our challenge in picking a venue, is not knowing, because it's open to the public, and we'd have to be in a situation where we could adjust that venue. And so, but I think as long as it's advertised as being open, it's got to be open.
That's correct. It'd have to be open to anyone who would like to attend. And so the question of whether or not it's broadcast depends upon how you're handling that space from a capacity perspective.
Right. So,
Yeah, I think it makes good sense just to have it here and broadcast. Whoever comes. And you just never know. Sometimes when we have our retreats, we usually have a chamber member or two or some other individuals. Or if people are thinking for running for office, they join us. And sometimes we don't have anybody. So it's hard to gauge. But if we have it like this, people can also see our discussion. I think it's best just to have it here. If we had it at the Discovery Center, that's so small of a space even for just us and our staff.
yeah.
So what building, Katie, or what room would not have a capacity? I mean, does the gym next door, or we have imposed a capacity here, but ordinarily we wouldn't? I mean, I'm having trouble distinguishing between this limited capacity business.
Sure. So in this room, this is how we have it set up for all
Right.
city commission meetings. And normally there are more chairs, as you know, outside of the pandemic, which means for this meeting in this room, we have changed the capacity.
Right.
We could explore, and you might be able to hold, because your retreat's typically in a smaller space, where the capacity of the room is not typically as great as this room.
Right.
So what you have to do is make sure that you're providing the same capacity as you typically would
Okay.
for that type of meeting. So the gym might be a good example, in that it's a large capacity room, and you'd actually be providing more in-person capacity than you normally do.
Yeah.
So it may not require it, as long as, and again, it'd be open to anyone, and they'd have an opportunity to attend and have to be able to hear and see it however we set up that room.
I think our retreats have always been open, and we've announced them, so I
Yes.
don't have a problem. I'm happy to have them open. I just was trying to get at this limited capacity business.
The capacity, the question of capacity is only relevant about the broadcasting. Your retreats and meetings are always open regardless.
Yeah.
So the question was, do we have to broadcast it? And we have to broadcast it if we're using like our typical space for our typical meetings. We don't have to broadcast it if the room capacity is the same or exceeds what we would normally provide for that meeting.
All right, gotcha. I don't think it matters a whole lot, so I support what you said.
Do you have other suggestions, Ron?
No, I think that's fine. And we can explore that topic a little bit more as far as whether or not we could look at a venue as to whether or not, and it wouldn't matter, let's just say we were in a bigger venue where seating wasn't an issue. If somebody's participating remotely, is that still okay? Or does the remotely kick us into another requirement?
So if you're going to have people attending remotely, the board members, then you should have everyone have the same remote access. So I
Okay.
thought we were talking about everyone being in person.
Right.
So it would be kind of like our pre-COVID meetings where the opportunity exists for anyone to attend in person, including the commissioners.
Right. So if somebody was being remote, let's just say they were in quarantine and participated remotely, then we would have to broadcast.
In normal circumstances, you can have one member or a minority of the group
Quorum.
participate that way, as long as everyone in the room has the same access to it. But they've put in these kind of special rules for broadcast during this time that says that basically if we're going to have virtual participation, there's not a reason not to open that up to more participation. It's more of a best practice though. So the thing about that would be though is however they're participating, like for example, if this room facilitates it, then we're back to that issue of this room is already set up for broadcast.
Right.
You'd have to be able to facilitate that. Like if you were in the gym, you'd have to be able to facilitate it where someone could participate, be seen and heard by everyone in the space. Could be a challenge. I don't know. It kind of is a space determination.
Right.
So there could be an opportunity there. I think it would just depend upon how we're going to set it up.
Sure. Okay.
And our strategic plan people may not be here in person anyway, right? So we'd probably need to have that availability in this room. It just seems like this room answers all the problems. But were you thinking all day? Like I didn't catch that. Half a day?
It sounded like there was a preference for a half day
Okay.
and keeping them separated as opposed to all together.
2 half-days, would that work for you?
Two half
Ron?
days, but on the same day.
No,
No.
2 different days.
Two different
Two
half days.
different
Okay.
Fridays.
Sure.
Probably,
I was just
probably
clarifying.
latter half of January.
I'm really just worried about lunch. That's it.
You have to worry about
Later in
today.
January.
Some time off.
Yep. So if there's a Friday conflict for somebody that pops up, just let us know and we'll try to figure out.
Yeah, you already got my 15th
Yeah.
conflict, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, last 2 Fridays. Okay.
Let's see, I think, and of course we have reorganization on the 5th. I think that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Jason? Jared?
Just another quick update as a follow-up to the December 8th work session with the strategic plan. We have live on the website the application for community members to sign up and apply to be on the project committee. That's open until December 30th. We've already seen about 25 members of the public apply, which is great to see that interest. And then we'll prepare that for the January 19th meeting and meet as get that selection committee back together to narrow that number down if need be, if there's a large number of individuals who've applied. Because again, Planning Next had proposed keeping that to around 25 to 30 people on that selection committee.
Hold that thought for a second. Who makes up the selection committee for that committee?
So what we had discussed, and this is open for, discussion, but what we had discussed on the December 8th meeting was to use the same selection committee that selects the planning consultants as a group that could look through this list of participants. And that included a member of representatives from each department, as well as our two city commissioners, Commissioner Reddy and Commissioner Estabrook.
So mostly city staff and then a couple of commissioners?
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
And Jared, I think to clarify, my understanding is that Planning Next they've had a process in place where there's a metrics that they look through and kind of look to make sure certain sections of different populations are in that selection. So my hope is that it wouldn't.
They would be involved too in that selection process, just to provide guidance to the group. That, like you're saying, you're correct, Commissioner, that they provide us like a matrix, which is actually, as you look at the questions on the application, those are kind of the matrix questions of getting a good understanding. So we have a diverse group as it relates to age, geographic location throughout the community, homeowners, renters, and so forth, to kind of help make that a diverse group that represents the community.
Did you say we're meeting on January 19th for that, or is the deadline January 19th?
So the deadline for the application is December 30th. January 19th is when we anticipate bringing the item for approval. This would be a steering committee that is appointed by the city commission, meaning their meetings moving forward would also be open to the public, likely broadcast.
Sounds good.
So we'll meet, that selection committee would meet probably sometime after the holidays and the applications have closed.
Okay. Thank you, Jared.
Thank you.
Dennis?
And it's Marshall, Assistant City Manager. The only thing I want to report is we will have the Recovery Task Force meeting, the last one of the year, this Thursday at 2 o'clock. And there will be a part of a conversation about some of the vaccine distribution in our community from Bob Koppel with the hospital. And so a little bit of conversation about how that is scheduled. Today was supposed to be the first day that they are receiving vaccine at the hospital. So he'll talk a little bit about that on Thursday. That's it.
Sounds great. Thank you. Katie? Okay, Brenda? Aaron?
My only update really from committees is the Flint Hills ATA they just kind of put it their end of year summary, and they're talked about some of the things they're forecasting in the spring, and it's around the rideshare program with K-State is kind of limited because of what they're doing, and the bus stops that were going to be built have kind of come to a little bit of a halt. But overall ridership is decent, and given the circumstances, and they're plugging along. It's just and the other thing is they've procured cameras that the cameras will be eventually installed on the buses, so there'll be a camera available, and they're in the process of getting that done. I think it should be done in January or so.
Thank you, Aaron. Commissioner Morris?
I have participated in the Chamber of Commerce's Power Lunch last week, at which Governor Kelly was the speaker, and it was just very informative. I appreciate hearing from the source instead of second or third hand, so it was good to sit in on that. I have been participating in the League of Kansas Municipalities weekly phone calls for updates from them, and they are part of the network with the Kansas Leadership Center and other State Chamber of Commerce groups that are sponsoring some efforts to encourage people to wear masks and eventually get the vaccine. For everything from media presentations and social media to, let's see what else they're doing. Anyway, to just talking to state officials all over the state, the city and county leaders. And so it's an important thing to do. We know what happens when we don't do anything. And people go off in different directions. So it's going to be helpful to at least have the messages from the CDC and the State Department of Health and Environment, and even our local county health department. There are health directors around the state and the nation that are actually being threatened and are resigning because they're being harassed, or they're just overworked to the point that they can't cope with it. So it's a stress for everyone, for lots of people beyond those people that you might assume are the making the decisions. I think that's plenty. Thank you.
Anything at the regional council meeting or?
I don't think we don't meet in December.
Okay.
So the last meeting was a month ago, and there wasn't anything major. They're preparing to send out invoices to all the jurisdictions. It's time to pay dues again in January. And I got a draft to look over yesterday and made a correction. So I think it's just moving along. They're trying to make, with the election in November, some of the cities and counties have to identify a new person to serve. So those new people will begin to serve in January, at the January meeting. So it's kind of a turnover time, I guess. And with no meeting in December, it's just a quiet time. I was happy to see that the executive director wrote a letter to this group for with regard to the diversity and inclusion task force. And she ran that by all of the different jurisdictions and wrote the letter supporting it. So just, I don't know, lots of things are happening. But
Thank you, Linda. Wynn? Mark? Okay. All right, so we usually have this Monday community meeting with the Kansas State University. I think pretty much most of the things have been discussed. Let me try to find my notes here. Mostly discussion about the vaccine and the rollout. Julie Gibbs gave an update, as did Bob Koppel. And it's still in the works, but it's good to know that it's coming. And Kyle Gorel said one of the school nurses in Kansas City already received it. So there's a priority between Kansas City, Sedgwick County, and rolling it out to all the other communities. Students are mostly have left the community. They're still going to have an online graduation, I believe. I'm not sure there was too much else discussed at that point. I think most of you know our numbers are, I think, 71 as of Monday. I don't remember what it was as far as hospitalizations and that. And then today it was the chamber meeting that Ron had mentioned. They have new leadership. I believe it's Mark Bishop is the chair. Lorie's term is done. Summer Dirks is the chair-elect. Mark Kondokendoffel is the treasurer. Linda Cook is vice chair. Jake Wassenberg is vice chair as well. Laurie Shop is past chair. And they talked at length about the leaders retreat. They want to have it in person, therefore that's why they're moving it to June or July. And we'll continue that discussion. They don't feel it's not one of those things you can do online. It's built on relationships and conversations and making sure we all get caught up on not only just updates like this, but also on relationship building and networking as it is. Commissioner Morris mentioned the power lunch, so it was good to have Dick Carter on there. He is our lobbyist for the city and works with our legislators. There was a little talk about redistricting, and they're going to communicate with Eric Reed at USD 383 and have more of those conversations. Karen Hibbard gave an update. They're going to start doing a photo shoot for the convention center. It's complete, so they're going to start to roll that out and hopefully get more people to have their events and meetings here. Leadership Manhattan, they have, I believe, about 20 folks there. They're not going to do too many things in person right now, and they're having conversations about sponsorship programs and such. I think most of the, most of it, the December military luncheon was canceled for the military luncheon. I think they won't have one till February. But other than that, everything else was just a normal, regular meeting. We don't have city-county meeting this week. It's canceled, and so the next one is in January. This was my last meeting with the chamber. Usually the mayor sits in on the chamber meetings, so next will be Wynn's turn on that. So it was great to serve with all of them and listen to their conversations. A lot of good things happening in our community, and certainly they're going to be presenting this evening in a collaborative effort between the chamber, the city, and Kansas State University. So with that, I'm done with my updates as well.
Mayor, a couple other things popped in my mind. I did, and Commissioner Morris kind of indicated the league meeting. So the league is, instead of having their legislative suppers, they're hosting Zoom meetings around the state, and they had one for central Kansas, essentially north central Kansas, that I jumped on today. Pretty typical, went through the legislative platform. We had about 5 legislators on it. Representative Carlin participated in that particular one. So kind of went through their platform. A lot of our issues obviously are similar to some of theirs. And then they talked about the leadership changes and those positions. So nothing significant, no significant takeaways from that, but there was probably about 40 people on the Zoom as part of that. Commissioner Estabrook, did Ann say anything about whether or not they felt like ATA or the feds would continue to provide any type of CARES funding for transit operations in the future?
There was no certainty at all from federal funding. Of course, dependent on Congress to act, but the KDOT representative was, kind of talking about some other projects and different options. So speculation, nothing definitive. So I don't know. Nothing to report. The other question why I got the mic was, I think I saw an email to us, or it was in the packet, about the new Senate President Masterson and Governor Kelly were doing this regional COVID update. I don't know if that was this morning, maybe?
They had it today. I was double booked and couldn't participate, but my understanding is there's a link in that, and I think they're on maybe the governor's Facebook page, and so they're recorded.
Okay.
But it was supposed to be, they're doing them for all the regions, and you should be able to go find that link and watch that. It's about, as I understand it, it's meant to be about a 15-minute update on some of the COVID-19 conditions from medical staff doing the briefing, is my understanding, that bipartisan efforts leading towards. Rob, I saw you jump on there. Are you, since you showed yourself, are you available? Can he participate? He is. Welcome.
Can you hear you? He knows we're staring at him.
He's going to.
What are you doing?
I didn't give him a heads up, but I know Brian dropped by my office yesterday and said that they were planning to make, I think, the final pours on Kimball either today or tomorrow or this week, and hope to have additional traffic lanes open up for eastbound traffic on Kimball probably by next week, if the weather cooperates and the concrete cures and all those kind of things. Right now, the signals are on, each leg has its own dedicated time, because the folks that are eastbound are using the left-hand turn lane to go through and left, so that's kind of the way, until we can get them another lane, it's kind of got to be that way till we can program the signals to work more like they normally would. So I don't know if you have an update on that, any further than what I've said, or where we're at downtown on Points between 5th and 8th, trying to get that back open at Juliet.
So on Kimball and College,
Hang on a minute, Rob. We need to turn our volume up here.
Go ahead, Rob.
okay, on Kimball and College, Ron's correct that it's in fixed time mode because of the sequencing and lanes that are available and the lateral shift. Obviously, you're driving on the wrong side of the road for part of the time. If you're heading eastbound, it's split phase and it's dedicated time, whether it's 3 p.m. or 3 a.m. That's going to change next week. There's still a lot of wiring that needs to occur. They have one remaining segment of the entrance into the hospital that needs to be poured yet, but you can expect to see traffic control changes again next week and adjustments to the timing and the phasing. We'll see how far along the electricians or the traffic signal subcontractor gets, and whether we can go to an on-demand system with cameras or if we have to remain into a fixed time. So we'll just see how long or how much work they accomplish up there. But yes, there's going to be more lanes open next week. You're still going to have through the winter, you're going to have some lane reductions east and westbound for Kimball down to one lane, just because there's still so much work to be done behind back a curb with various masonry work. So we're trying to give the contractor and they're trying to give themselves a kind of a buffer zone. I think the other question was about Points Avenue and the storm sewer. Schilling Construction, we're waiting on them. They are still producing asphalt. We understand they'll be shutting down soon, but the intent is for them to finish up that top coat, if not this week, next week. There's some good temperatures as well. But Schilling contractors here in town are fully aware of our strong desire to finish out that top coat on Points Avenue. So I only caught bits and pieces of the question. I hope that's what you all were asking.
Yep, that's great, Rob. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Sure. I think that is quite an update. Thank you. This morning we had a couple of phone calls on K-Man, but one was a county question and one was about properties, housing that's debilitated was the word they used, and what we do with that. And in my experience, we had in the past few years, two where we had to do a vacate or a condemnation, is that what you want to say? Where it was a danger to our community after trying to contact the owners and such. So, you know, there are ways we deal with some of these issues, but good questions this morning. I think until...
Mayor, I have one thing
yes.
I'd like to add. We have some community organizations that just do wonderful things, and they do wonderful things for the city. And so I've asked President Rebecca Gould, who is has been the president of the Manhattan Rotary Club, and they have had a seventh focus of Rotary, and it is supporting the environment. And so I'm just going to read some of this just so you get the full picture. But in support of these efforts, we have a environmental sustainability officer who is Chris Culbertson from the campus, Arts and Sciences. The goal this year was to plant and maintain trees to support our environment and involve the youth of the community. We also performed some other cleanup efforts along the Big Blue River. Tree planting occurred in the Northeast Community Park. We received a Rotary District grant to purchase 160 trees, rabbit protector cages, root stimulator, and tools, shovels, buckets, for planting and continued maintenance. Most of the saplings were planted on September 13th. You can see the attached pictures and with Rotaractors, Interactors, and Rotarians. Some trees remained so as not to waste trees. These were donated to a local Boy Scout troop for planting at Potawatomi County State Lake Number 2, which was part of the an Eagle Scout project. And later in September, they planted 10 10-foot tall oak trees in the Northeast Park. And later in October, they mulched the trees. 150 saplings were purchased from the Kansas Forest Service. The 10-foot trees were purchased from Blueville Nursery, which also provided consultation on planting and maintaining the trees. And the city provided the mulch. Those people that participated, Chris Culbertson, of course, Mac Fromany from the Kanza Rotary Club, who's an advisor to Interact, Keith Westervelt, a Rotarian who owns Blueville Nursery, and Mike Dodson, Rotarian, who served as liaison with the Parks and Rec Department. Approximately $1,100 was provided by the Rotary Tree Grant for this project. And the labor was all volunteer and a labor of love. And I just think, you know, we've taught, the Kiwanis have done wonderful things by placing the observation, what do you call it? Observation spot up on the, overlooking Manhattan Hill. And then, I know there are other groups who do those things too. And I really want to highlight those kinds of things so that we write a letter of thank you. I think it would be entirely appropriate for the City Commission to write a letter to express our appreciation. And I'd like to also know about more of these things that are happening. If we don't have a ceremony, sometimes I don't hear about it.
Right.
But this is worthy. And I just happen to be a member of, Yusha and I are members of Rotary, so we would know about it. But just to, you know, appropriately express our thanks would be important. Thanks.
I agree. Something to look into. Thank you, Linda. Are there other comments? Okay, we can take a short break. We will be back at 7 o'clock. Was there anything else? Okay. Sure. Okay, so it's about 6:45. We'll reconvene with our regular meeting at 7. Thank you.
I was wondering if, I didn't see it, so,
No, I sent it, when I get something I want,
yeah,
send it back.
yeah,
And
send-
this confidential memo. Electronic doesn't
yeah.
always isn't what I need. And I just email it on to her and say, would you please print this for me? And then it's here on the desk and I can
Okay.
face down.
Cool.
Yeah, so you can do that too. What about you? report, they give you an update on everything that's been done. So I said, I can't wait for this quarter to be over.
Right?
So much of our money.
I know. Yes. Yeah, I think mine might always stay on. I don't. It's on, right? Yeah. Is it on still? Yeah. I can't turn it off.
This has been a problem for months.
Oh, we kind of reopened, but then we got put on pause because half of the staff has been in quarantine because they got exposed. None of them got sick, but they got exposed to what actually the guy that was spraying the sanitizer. He ended up exposed, so it was a little bit ironic. But technically we never closed. We've been doing distance learning. It doesn't work very well, but we do it. We've got about 160 students, but now we have about 50 on campus. So we got some back before they paused us. Well, they stay there. Yeah, I mean, like we got the 50 that are getting their hands-on experience now. But that's been the problem is since March, they do so much book work, they got to get in the shops. I've been working out there since, well, staff came back in like June or July, and then I went home when I got sick, and then I came back. I've been back there for about 3 or 4 weeks. Maybe 3 weeks. But then Johnny and all the rest of them went home because they got exposed. So. Yeah. You know Larry Leota? He's out there now. He's a trade instructor for construction craft labor. So he left Habitat, came over there. Yeah. And then the principal at Amanda Arnold forever. Now, or Anthony. No, Amanda Arnold. And, but he's out there just kind of, he's been there about a month. This is his second week with students. And he's got them creating all kinds of little projects. And that's one of the better trades because it's construction craft labor, which really just does everything. It's kind of a jack of all trades. So they get to make a lot of different projects. And he loves to do that stuff. So he got trained and nationally certified for it. Yeah, I'm sure. He was principal at Amanda Arnold. Leota, yeah. He's a He's our construction instructor out there. He's been working about a month. Yeah. He's just doing it to keep busy. He has a little woodworking hobby, I think. He has a shop. He specializes in what you hang your blankets on, kind of thing. Like little crafts and yeah. So at home like this, yeah, cool. Right? But he's all certified now, teaching construction. I know, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We don't count.
Kate, can you hear me? I don't know if her.
Can you chat with her?
I turned chat off since it's a public meeting. Well, it's okay. There we go. I stopped it for her.
Okay, good evening, everyone. This is our special city commission meeting, Tuesday, December 15th, 2020. Please stand for Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have a house full this evening. Just a little housekeeping issue about public comment. We accept public comment in writing prior to tonight's meeting, and any comments submitted were given to all members of the City Commission. We will announce on each item whether we received any public comment. We are also allowing public comment from those attending the meeting in person tonight. Each public comment should comply with our public comment rules. Each speaker has 5 minutes. Please state your name clearly and your address for the record, and for those listening or watching this evening. So any one of us, even up here when we are speaking or in the audience, need to say our name so people on Zoom know who is speaking at this time. With that said, I'll open it up for commissioner comments.
I have nothing.
No? Commissioner Morris.
I discussed earlier at our briefing session, but I want to bring attention to the good work that the Manhattan Rotary Club has done in conjunction with the Kansa Rotary Club. They have planted a lot of trees at the Northeast Community Park. Some 10-foot trees that they purchased and 100 and some saplings. That's a major effort for the benefit of the city. And as you are a part of organizations, I'd like to ask you to be sure to call those good works to the attention of the City Commission and the City Administrator so we can properly thank people for doing things like that. It makes a big difference. You know, the Northeast Park was pretty prairie oriented for a long time, and the north side of the park is more the activity area, and I think the trees have been planted around the perimeter. But just so you know, and to get us to think about being sure to say thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Butler, Commissioner Hattushaw? Okay. I do want to say there is free saliva testing, COVID saliva testing, starting here in Riley County on December 18th. You can start making appointments December 16th. Again, these are saliva testing. I think the return of results is rather quick, but it's also not as intense as getting swabbed. But there is a free testing on Thursday, and we've been having that for a few weeks now. So 11 to 1 at Seco Park, as well as 5 to 7 in the evening. The free saliva testing will be done every day, starting on December 18th, except on holidays and on Sundays. So that's one of a good way for us to keep track of community spread and quarantine and everything else as we try to resume our businesses and our schools and activities on a daily basis. So I highly suggest people to take advantage of it. This Thursday, the Recovery Task Force is meeting up again, 2 to 4. You can watch it on Facebook as well as our Channel 3. Bob Koppel and other health officials will be talking about the vaccination rollout in the state of Kansas and how that impacts Manhattan. I think one of the key indicators for me during all of this is to do whatever we can to have 5-day school again. So I think this will help in that process, but again, just to be clear, all of us won't get vaccinated until probably June, if that. So we'll have more information about that and see how that's going. But we're really excited that the vaccine is here and there is light at the end of the tunnel. So with that, we go on to consent agenda. The items on the consent agenda are those of routine and housekeeping nature, or those items which have previously been reviewed by the City Commission. A commissioner may request an item be moved to the end of the general agenda, and and on item J, which is the Kids Cape RFQ item, Commissioner Morris has agreed to be a City Commissioner volunteer for that the selection committee. I will also move right now to have item R moved to the end of the general agenda, and probably need to go to executive session to discuss that a little bit further. Any other comments or questions on the consent agenda? Well, I do have one more comment, actually. This is you, Meredi. On item E, number 1, I think for the platforms for downtown, and there's 2 parts to it. So I fully support having them all year. I think we've had discussions about staff and cleaning up, or if there's snow removal or anything like that. I think that's been a positive measure for the city to keep everything open and give options for people to have to visit our restaurants, and I think we benefited dramatically. I will probably be voting no on a small portion of it, which is to waive the fees. I think the fees are about $250, but since we took about $250,000 from EcoDevo to support the initiative, I think it just, I feel it's okay to keep the fees at $250 or whatever they were at that point. So that's the only piece of it, but I think it's good to have the platforms all year round and use them, utilize them, and do whatever we can to make sure people are enjoying dining in Manhattan. Did you have a comment?
Did you?
I was just gonna make a motion.
Well, I was going to open it up for public comment. This is Mayor Reddy. Is there public comment?
Hi, Gina Scruggs, Downtown Manhattan Incorporated. I believe that the $250 for the platforms was covered by the CARES funding, so the city didn't actually have an investment in that. Could you hear me earlier?
Yeah, this is better.
Okay, Gina Scruggs, Downtown Manhattan. The $250,000 was covered in the CARES Funding Act. With regards to the waiver of the fees, I don't want to fall on my sword on this for sure, but I do think it's important that everybody understand that every penny for small business is absolutely essential. Doors are going to be closed if we hit any more rough patches, if we have any more kind of restrictions, if we don't receive federal aid coming up. It's not okay in the spirit of protecting small business in this community to say that it's just $250 for an alcohol service fee or a sidewalk permit or sandwich board sign permit. It's a lot to small businesses. A few months ago, you all voted unanimously to support the waiver of the fees in the spirit of protecting small business in this community. I'm just asking that in that same spirit, you continue to protect small business by waiving those fees, because it's just very important. It's the lifeblood. It truly is. You think $25, $100, $250, it all adds up to keeping their doors open is what it adds up to. So that's what I have.
Thank you, Gina. So just for clarification, was the $250 from EcoDevo funds or was that CARE funds?
So we paid for it out of EcoDevo. It is CARES eligible. At this stage, we used our reimbursement for our fire department funds for the bulk of our CARES fund, but if we get additional federal funding, it would be eligible.
My apologies, I did not know that.
Thank you, Gina. Appreciate it. And I did not mean to trivialize the $250. I really didn't. I think there's just, it is taxpayers' money, and there's a lot of people right now that are also suffering. And we got a lot of emails about why are we giving platforms or using economic development money? Why are we picking and choosing downtown over other communities and such? So I didn't mean to simplify it as just $250. I feel because of the investment we made, hopefully the $250 does not need to be waived in that, since we did waive it for this year. But again, all the commissioners can still vote on this. So thank you, I appreciate your comments. Yeah.
Good evening, my name is Lindsay Huffnagel, owner of the boutique at 318 Points and the Pine and Plaid at 320 Points Avenue. As a downtown retailer, I think I can speak for all the other retailers downtown and the restaurants and saying how appreciative we were of having that, the open air market and the dining platforms initiative to be passed earlier this year. This allows us the opportunity to conduct business in a manner where consumer confidence is higher by being outdoors. Both my businesses took advantage of this opportunity by placing racks outside on the sidewalk on a weekly basis. Patrons were excited to be outside supporting small business. I can't tell you how many times I heard customers walking by saying, when are the dining platforms going to be out? When are they going to be ready? And so they were all really excited to be able to be downtown and supporting the local businesses and feeling comfortable doing so. When we as retailers are able to move back outside onto the public right-of-way, when the weather is warmer, I believe the open-air markets, in conjunction with the dining platforms, will be a huge step in keeping our downtown alive and moving towards recovery. As it was unanimously passed back in May, we ask again that the Commission move to approve the 2021 temporary expansion of the premises resolution that includes the removing of the application fees for the sidewalk usage of the sidewalk and the signage. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions about the consent, or comments, sorry, on the consent agenda items? Okay, with that, this is Mayor Ready. I'll close public comment. Yes?
I just want to say, I know that Hattasol here, I know the city staff has a little bit of time and energy to keep track of the permits, but just so many of these permits, I consider them just nuisance fees. And so the more that we can waive them, lessen them, eliminate them, I'm in favor of all of that. And so whether it's, I know the city has to kind of control what happens on the city sidewalks and control what happens here. The problem becomes is when those permits are required for being open, then the city has this big hammer. If you don't do exactly what we want, we're going to close you because we're going to yank your permit that allows you to be alive practically. And so I'm in favor of waiving them this year, and I'm in favor of us constantly looking at ways to waive them, eliminate them, decrease them in the future for almost everything that happens in the community.
Other commissioner comments on the consent agenda items?
Gonna make a motion.
I move that we accept the consent, or approve the consent agenda and moving item R to the general agenda at the end.
I second the motion.
Okay, with that, Brenda, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Ready?
Aye, yes to the motion, except to the waiving of the fees on item E.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Morse?
Yes.
Commissioner Hattasol?
Yes, except for no on item D.
D as in dog? Commissioner Estabrook?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0 with the exception of item E, which carried 4-1 for the vote of the waiver of fees and 4-1 on the face mask ordinance.
Thank you. Mayor Ready. We're on to the general agenda. Consider 2021 Chamber of Commerce Economic Development and Fort Riley Promotion Agreements and 2020 Year-End Report for Economic Development, 2021 Contract Tourism and Convention Contract, and 2020 Convention and Visitors Bureau Fourth Quarter Report. Our first presenter this evening is going to be Jason Hilgers, Deputy City Manager.
What's that, Jared?
They're all already working.
They were? I didn't see any of them. Okay.
So CDB.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm really just going to kick it to Jason Smith, CEO of the Chamber. He's going to start out the presentations this evening, but I'll be back.
Sounds good. Good evening, Jason.
Well, I'll just talk loud. How's that? Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jason Smith, President and CEO of the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight to discuss our community's economic development program. As most of you know, I was fortunate enough to receive the offer in 2019 to become the leader of the Manhattan Chamber. Does it work? Oh, okay. Sorry.
Come that way.
All right. I accepted this opportunity in part because of the proven support of the business community for economic development and the proven collaborative spirit between the business community, Kansas State University, and the City of Manhattan. This collaborative spirit is manifested at its brightest in its economic prosperity strategy implementation. So it always seemed a bit clumsy that the three entities would file separate activity reports with the commission at the end of the year. I'm proud to stand here today and help present our first unified report. We hope you'll find this informative and that our constituents will be able to get a clear understanding of the return on investment from both private and public contributors. Before we start this report, I want to make some personal observations. We've made some tremendous progress in the advancement of our prosperity strategy over the past year. In fact, I've said multiple times in public settings that we have collectively advanced our program more in the past year than at any point in my 25 years of experience. The progress we have made will lead to big results, I have no doubt. Second, the team we've assembled collectively is one of the best in the region, if not the nation. Between our new team at the Chamber, along with our partners, I believe we have the human capacity to compete with anyone for projects. Finally, while COVID has created an enormous challenge for all of us, I couldn't be prouder of what we were collectively able to do to assist our Manhattan business community. You will hear specific in today's presentation, but please know that the programs which we were able to implement and the speed to which we did it were the envy of communities across the Midwest. Thank you to all of you for your leadership through these challenges, and thank you to our team for their hard work and diligence in assisting our local small businesses. So let's move forward with today's presentation. I am pleased to have been asked to kick off our Unified Economic Development presentation. Tonight, you will receive a briefing on our previous year's activities, as well as general information on our advancements in implementing strategic initiatives and strategies for moving forward. Again, the thing with which I am most excited is the one report for economic prosperity that shows our ability to collaborate at all levels. You get a sense from this slide about the amount of effort it takes across multiple channels. These organizations are all instrumental in our ability to succeed as a community. Additionally, we have developed strong alliances that allow us to be more efficient in our efforts. GMEP is a direct result of Region Reimagine and brings together the resources from Manhattan, Raleigh, and Potawatomi counties as we work to attract private investment to the region. In a similar manner, KBED has a proven track record of multiple entities with a common vision working towards increasing university-based job creation in Manhattan. So why are these efforts important? We've discussed in our previous presentations to you this job stagnation that has occurred in our community for the last decade. We unfortunately saw more people lose employment during the pandemic. It is clear, based upon the numbers, that we have to continue the hard work that is required for economic prosperity for all of our community. There are 2,000 fewer people working today compared to the same point as last year. Compared to our peers, we are performing below standards. You all see the stagnation when you review the tax return numbers every year, when you, along with our other governing bodies, must decide between cutting services and raising taxes. This continued cycle is something the Chamber and our economic development partners believe is unacceptable. We have the opportunity to continue to move forward. As I stated earlier, if we make the same advancements in 2021 that we made in 2020, we will move these numbers in the right direction very quickly. I'm going to ask Kent Glasscock with Kansas State University Innovation Partners to come up and speak on our plan moving forward. Then you will hear from the rest of our team on the results from 2020.
Members of the Commission, good evening. I'm Kent Glasscock, CEO of Kansas State University Innovation Partners, and I'm delighted to join you today on what I think is a momentous occasion with regard to economic growth and prosperity building in this community. For the first time, all of us who play in economic growth, leveraging the community assets and the university assets, have come together to create one report that provides you clarity, transparency, and a sense of what the path forward for Manhattan and its economic growth prospects are. The vision has three components. First, to accelerate economic recovery from the pandemic. The second, to enhance economic dynamism, diversity, and prosperity. And to do this by pursuing 5 aligned, integrated areas of focus. We are working together, one report and one strategy. The strategies are 5-fold. Recovery. Over the course of 2020, the city, the county, and the chamber have partnered together to attempt to stabilize the local economy and also to help stabilize small, locally owned businesses in the community. This has been critical. And I think you should pat yourselves on the back because this has been a massive effort, city, county, and the business community. But long-term recovery doesn't rest on assistance. Long-term recovery rests on prosperity building, job growth, and business growth. Attracting high-value businesses and attracting high-value talent will create jobs. Importing businesses, growing businesses that are existing, and creating new businesses will create jobs. The third tenet of the 5 strategies is talent. We all know that the world is at war for talent. Those places around the globe that leverage talent, that attract talent, and find jobs for the highly talented will grow. Those that cannot do that will suffer and ultimately decline. One of the weaknesses, I think, in the long-term, Jason kind of scared me there for a minute. One of the weaknesses, I think, in chronic weaknesses in this community is we have not had an integrated strategy to support entrepreneurial endeavors in the community. We have not had a consistent support services mechanism, and we have not had an emphasis on the creation of new businesses and their growth. The truth is, on a national basis, most of the job growth in the private sector comes from those businesses that are started and grow over the course of the first 5 years of their existence. So entrepreneurism is a critical component and strategy of our path forward. And finally, innovation. Talent and innovation matters, and innovation comes in various forms. It comes from entrepreneurs. It comes from existing companies. In this community, it comes from Kansas State University, and it will come from InBev. Innovation in the 21st century economy matters a lot. Finally, let me note that America's prosperity equation from our founding has been the notion that smart ideas plus smart people plus hard work creates prosperity and jobs. That is just the truth. So in our case, talent, entrepreneurism, and innovation will, over the course of time, if we stick to the strategies, create jobs that are high value and create prosperity broadly across the community. Let's now turn our attention to delving into the details, and we'll begin with Darren Solden, Director of Economic Development at the Chamber. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. Mayor, Commissioners, appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening, and it's my pleasure and my honor to get to dive into those weeds a little bit and talk some about the work that we've been doing. We truly have a great team that we put together, and we've very proud of our accomplishments, but also realize there's a lot of work going forward to do. And so you've been provided with a copy of our written joint economic development report. That will also be made available digitally, and also all of the accompanying appendices that go along with that to include additional information on those projects that have received city incentives, information on current prospects that we're working with, and that sort of information. We'll get that to you as well, but wanted to make sure you had a copy hot off the press of the written component of this report. A lot of these highlights that we're gonna step through here in each of these 5 strategies, you can find additional information there in the report as well. And then I just want to make the offer that obviously we're all available as our economic development team at any time to discuss any of these components that we're going to cover tonight. So always would welcome that opportunity. I'm going to kick off talking a little bit about recovery, and we'll go in the same order that was presented here on the slides. Our goals as it relates to recovery, and Kent covered some of this, but are really twofold. One is addressing the response to the pandemic, as we sometimes call the triage component of it. And the second is looking to the future and long-term, what can we do? How can we leverage assets like Kansas State University, like NBAF? How can we create economic diversification and help small businesses and entrepreneurs? And how can we have a long-term vision and ultimately a long-term solution for funding economic development in our community? So starting with the items that were in direct response to the pandemic, right off the bat, we were here in late March, early April, able to work with city staff and work with all of you to create an emergency loan fund that ultimately was able to distribute almost $375,000 to 84 companies in Manhattan. Those were eligible for up to $5,000 apiece. Since that time, we've also worked with the county on just under $2.6 million of their CARES Act funding. Those are grants that were distributed to over 170 businesses. Work with the county on developing that program, work with our economic development partners in the community on developing that program, and then ultimately we're able to administer it, and incredibly impactful, I believe, in our community and in our county. We also worked with some of our economic development partners in Pottawatomie County on their program, and had the conversations there to ensure that folks were being served not just in Manhattan and Riley County, but also in Manhattan and the part of the city that's in Pottawatomie County, and Pottawatomie County as the greater whole. So the Chamber was actively engaged then, even further beyond those funding mechanisms. Created a resource page online that ended up with over 4,000 views. Reached out to over 1,000 businesses. So those were outbound calls from our office. That was reaching out, contacting people right there during some of the real crunch times in April and May, and seeing how they were doing, seeing if there were things we could help with, making them aware of additional, whether it was funding or we'll get to the next screen, educational programs, informational sessions that we hosted, worked with chambers and economic development folks in Emporia, Topeka, and Lawrence as well as part of the metal group to put some of that on and bring in some of our state experts or our leaders of some of our state agencies that were at play there. So between the funding component and the informational educational component, we feel like we got off the ball there very quickly, and we're able to directly impact and provide resources for businesses. Also in partnership with the City of Manhattan, we're a distribution site for masks, and ultimately distributed over 1,700 masks during that time. And then as we look to the future, again, pivoting from that immediate response piece, but looking to the future, I think it was vitally important, and was very proud to be part of the effort to pass the half-cent sales tax. That sets us up in a position where we're able to secure some funding long-term, but also have some clarity and be able to think strategically about what comes next. Moving from recovery to jobs. Our job strategies really focus around being competitive, and Kent alluded to this as well. We have to compete out there. We have to market and build awareness of our strengths. We have to attract investment. We have to provide growth-enabling infrastructure. And then we also have to grow our own, to focus on entrepreneurs, focus on the businesses that are here, because, let's be honest, they have opportunities to be elsewhere. So we need to engage with them, and we need to work with them, and we need to ensure that as they grow here in Manhattan and in this region. Ultimately, if we do all this, it will result in economic diversification, more jobs, and ultimately economic prosperity. So we're going to highlight a couple of these that we were able to engage with over the course of the last year. First off, one that you're all very familiar with because we had a 5-0 vote on an economic development package for them, and that's BevHub. If you've been out there, I think in your report you'll see a construction picture, but if you've been by there, they are tearing out concrete, pouring concrete, and now working on their building expansions, and that's exciting to see. Looking forward to the opportunity to see that company continue to grow. Really, I think a great situation for Manhattan where we have a Kansas-based business that's growing here in Manhattan. And want to thank all of you for your engagement, the time that you took to understand that project, and ultimately your vote to support the package that we were able to present them with. As we look at a couple more projects, a couple more success stories in the region, the first one, Corteva AgriScience, is one that actually located in Wamego, but this is a perfect example of why we have these economic development partnerships. Through the Greater Manhattan Economic Partnership, or GMEP, we were able to engage with this company, help find them a solution, working together in concert with Potawatomi County Economic Development that keeps them in the region. This Corteva is Dow DuPont, Pioneer Seed, the component of that, the agricultural organization component of that was spun off, and is a significant player, if not one of the largest players in the world when it comes to agri-science. And so keeping them in this region, being able to bring their operations from multiple communities together and put them in this region, along with the expertise and the talent and the connections to K-State that they're able to take advantage of, was really important. We see other players in agriculture that are looking at Manhattan and seeing this as a place to grow. Just this fall had a release from the Kansas Wheat Innovation Center announcing that Graincraft, who is one of the largest flour millers in the United States, I believe the largest private flour miller in the United States, is going to be locating their main corporate laboratory here in Manhattan, inside of the Wheat Innovation Center. And so that's something that will open next year. Also something that's part of that EDGE district, the EDGE Collaboration District. And so we're starting to see some great projects take place in that area. Another piece that we've highlighted in the past as a need that we needed to address was how we promote, how we market, and how we create awareness about this community, and how we get on people's radar out there in the economic development world, whether that's companies, site selectors, consultants. We have made massive progress in this area over the course of this past year. I'm going to scroll through a few slides for you here and give you an idea of what some of our material now looks like. This is all branded as Greater Manhattan Economic Partnership. So it's Greater Manhattan, but you can see we've got specific materials focused around certain industries. So what you see here is the cover for biosecurity and food safety, but also one of the content pages for crop science, grain science, and milling. We've got information specific to industries. We've got general information about our community that we can utilize both in marketing efforts, but also in putting together proposals for companies. And we can customize all of this. So we've got branded, customizable content now, which really lets us showcase this community and play on a level that we weren't necessarily able to previously. Another piece that's incredibly important is data, right? These decisions are being made based off of data. And so we've made the investment in a data center that is on our website that's accessible to anybody. So we not only use it internally, but it's accessible to anybody through the Greater Manhattan Economic Partnership website. And as you can see these examples here, this is actual content that's going out to prospects. So this is content that's being used for economic development marketing. This is content that's being put into prospect proposals. And we're able to dive deep into some specifics regarding our community and really, again, customize that for their needs. If they're looking for wage comparisons for a specific type of job or a grouping of jobs, we can go out and get them that data, right? And so that's really important for us to be able to do that. Some more examples here, new Greater Manhattan Economic Partnership website, and just a view of what some of that, the capabilities there on the data side of things are. And again, these are very strategic, very data-driven decisions, and we're able to play in that game now because we've made the investment in these resources. We're also being opportunistic. COVID and obviously has become the single biggest news story globally over the course of the last 9 to 10 months. There are components and assets that we have here in this community, including NBAF, including research that's going on at Kansas State University, that puts us in a position to create awareness, puts us in a position to go after companies that have an interest in zoonotic diseases, puts us in a position to connect private sector jobs and private sector companies with research that's being done at the university. And so we earlier this year engaged and are committed through the middle part of next year at the bare minimum to engage in a biosecurity marketing campaign. Essentially what we're trying to do is build awareness at the local, national, international level of this region's expertise in biosecurity, truly the biosecurity center of the world. And so this is geared at a number of different levels. It's geared towards people that are interested in studying fields related to biosecurity. So it's about talent development. It's geared at folks that are interested in doing research. So it's about attracting talent here to Kansas State and to private companies. It's also about bringing jobs here. So if you're somebody that's in this realm and you have a company, you come and see some of this information that we're putting out there, and you see people like Willie there, who is the CEO of a bioscience company that is located in Manhattan, Kansas, talking about why he made the decision to be here, adjacent to NBAF and in this community, and why that's so important strategically for him. So again, the level of content that we're able to push out there now at the national, international level really has taken a significant step up. As a result, I think we've seen some growth when it comes to our business attraction and recruitment efforts. This gives you kind of a sense of the current projects. Again, there's more details in the report that you'll be provided in the appendices on what some of these companies are looking for, a little more information on what industry they're in. But you can see manufacturing and office is still a big component of what we do. We do have some strong office candidates in our prospect list right now, despite the fact that with COVID and working from home, we see in a lot of larger cities, places with offices maybe not looking real positive going forward. We have seen some good prospects for this particular area, and most likely that's due to K-State and proximity to Fort Riley and access to workforce is really what that is. And so we've got some strengths there that we'll continue to leverage. Really excited about those numbers for animal health, bioscience, and agriculture, and then have seen some folks from a logistics standpoint, and also a few with aerospace related. Having the airport is an asset for us, and proximity to that airport and some potential developable land adjacent to the airport is something that may have value down the road. However, we are missing out on some projects and missing out on the ability to even compete for some projects. So as a result, we're taking steps to ensure that in the future we're better positioned. We have undergone some study on a couple different locations to do potential future industrial development on. One of those would have rail access. We had a comprehensive diligence report done earlier this year to analyze those properties' readiness and limitations for industrial development. And then we've also created a site and buildings task force through the Chamber's Economic Development Committee that's going to be taking a look at that report, but also going in and continuing conversations with other regional partners and looking what options are. Because as you see on the map up there, that's kind of a current map of the Manhattan Business Park, and we don't have a lot of big chunks of land that we can submit on. If someone's looking for 40 acres, we're not going to be able to put it together from the property that's available up there. In fact, there's one lot that's about 16 acres, and that's about without piecing together some others, that's about the largest one we can put together. So doing the work now to ensure that down the road we're going to be prepared and ready to attract some of these companies that have a little bit larger needs when it comes to land or buildings. Another thing that I think we've really made great progress on is our business retention and expansion program. So George Cant, that many of you have met, leads these efforts. George has done a stellar job this year in some very difficult circumstances with COVID, going out and visiting with business leaders and talking about their businesses and diving into the details of what makes them work and what opportunities exist for the future is obviously not easy to do when you're having to do a lot of that remotely, when people aren't working in the office. But over the course of the second half of the year, have made over 50 visits, many of those in conjunction with our partners at Potawatomi County Economic Development, so across the region, are currently in the process of starting to develop a business conditions report that we'll have available early next year in the spring. And one of the most important things about business retention and expansion, and you've seen this in the past on strategies for economic development, is this feeds the pipeline. This creates things that go into the funnel. So we've actually identified 5 companies that we're in conversation with and talking to where we can provide some benefit to them or potentially assist with some future growth. And so I think, again, during a time of COVID, during the current economic environment, it's really important that we're out there talking to folks, and it's really important that we're identifying these opportunities right now. And ultimately, you know, we heard some good news. These companies, these 54 companies, in aggregate, indicated that they've created 325 new jobs over the course of the past year. So we've seen some growth. We know that there are companies that are indicating that they still anticipate growing in the near future. And so our job will be to continue to engage with them and do what we can to ensure, again, that growth is happening here and that they're maximizing their potential here in Manhattan, Kansas. So one of the things that we have heard quite a bit about is talent attraction and retention, which plays nicely into our next strategy, which is talent. You know, there's really three components, or a couple components here. There's the people and the place part of it. So as you can see there from the strategies, from the people part of it, it's working with educational institutions across the entire spectrum, school districts, MATC, K-State, other educational partners to create opportunities. We want to retain both K-State students and retain transitioning Fort Riley military and their families in this area. We've got a number of, and obviously a significant number in both of those categories, over 6,000 college graduates, almost 2,000 transitioning military every year. We want to make sure there's opportunities for those folks to stay here and to grow. Obviously, attracting talent is the other piece. There's the retention piece, there's the attraction piece. And then from a place standpoint, really excited that the workforce housing component of the sales tax initiative was in there, because we've identified that as a you know, suitable housing as a key component to our talent and workforce needs, and also quality of place. So we have to be able to attract people. We have to make this a place that people want to visit, and ultimately that people want to live, work, play, and grow in. So some of the things that we're currently on pace and currently doing under talent, and this particular piece, the online resource piece, is going to be rolled out here in the relatively near future as a full program. But I can tell you that there's been a lot of work over the last 6 months that's gone into engaging with new people in our community, engaging with HR professionals, figuring out how we can best serve companies and how we can best serve new residents and potential residents that are coming to our community. So from that process and the surveying and those discussions, we're able to design and develop an online presence and an online resource toolkit, so that if someone is looking at Manhattan, they're going to have a landing spot. If someone is an HR professional or is a company looking to hire, whether that's an entrepreneur that's looking to hire their first employee other than the owner, or it's a company that's looking to hire a professional that's got 500 employees, they're going to have a resource there to help them sell Manhattan to the highest quality of talent that they can access. And so another component of that's our relocation guide that's going to be under development. And so we're going to continue to push resources here and develop things, again, that we're not going to recreate the wheel, but we're going to develop things that are going to be assets and resources for our partners in the community and for the people that are doing that work. Also really excited about taking opportunities in Manhattan out to the world. And so we're actively engaged right now with over 20 academic institutions in a 4-state area. Obviously career fairs, job fairs right now at colleges and universities are being done online. But we're not just going to settle for K-State graduates as folks we want to keep here. We're going to go out and recruit graduates from other university communities and try to sell them on the opportunities that exist in Manhattan. And so we've got a staff member that's currently actively doing that. We're going to be engaging here as we get into job fair and career fair season in the spring with those universities and colleges, and take some of these materials that we've developed and some of these resources we've developed and really try to sell those opportunities in Manhattan to those students, both work opportunities but also internship opportunities. I've mentioned Fort Riley and the incredible importance of Fort Riley when it comes to talent. We're also going to be leveraging HYPE, which is our young professionals group. For those of you that were on the inter-region visit to Lincoln, Nebraska, we got to see there how good of a job they've done with engaging their young professionals with college students, with college interns, with programs that make those people, when they graduate, they're not just graduating and leaving a community they went to college in. They're graduating and looking at a community that they've built roots in and they've got connections in and they've got a network in. And that increases the likelihood that if there's professional opportunity for them, they may be able to stay. So excited about leveraging HYPE. as well. And then there's some great things that some of the partners in the community are doing. The school district and Manhattan Tech are working together on a career academy and work-based learning project. USD 383 is one of 5 districts in Kansas to pilot work-based learning. Currently have between 350 to 400 students a year taking classes at Manhattan Tech. Adult Learning Center transitioned here a couple years ago. So there's a number of things in the works, and there's a group that's been put together that's looking into that career academy concept. And again, that's one that we saw up in Lincoln as well as in other communities that are doing that effectively as well. I mentioned the half-cent sales tax and workforce housing. It's also been exciting to see what's going on with Stormont Vale and K-State's new physician assistant program. When it comes to talent, again, this is not only creating jobs, but we're going to be training talent that we're going to hopefully be able to retain some of those folks here, but are going to be a place where people are going to go to get into a physician assistant program. That includes a 55,000 square foot medical office building that's being done in partnership with the K-State Foundation. So when we talk about unified and joint economic development reporting, and we're going to get into some more of the K-State components here in a bit, but again, this is why this is so important. Having the foundation there that's able to facilitate the building and the real estate component of a project like this allows a community like Manhattan to do something that a lot of other communities wouldn't be able to do. And so locating that in the K-State Research Park is going to pay dividends down the road. Then ultimately, Aggieville infrastructure. I know it was cold, but it was absolutely awesome to be part of the groundbreaking last Friday afternoon, and we really look forward to seeing Aggieville continue to grow as a vibrant, historic, and pedestrian-oriented district, whether it be parking garage, streetscape improvements, opportunity for private development. Those kind of districts are when we start talking about retaining college students and retaining transitioning military, those kind of districts are the places that ultimately they are going to want to be part of. And so we have a lot of opportunity there and look forward to that in the future. Our fourth strategy is entrepreneurship. One of the things, and this was mentioned earlier about entrepreneurship, is that having a focused central hub is so important. And so as we took a look at the different strategies in entrepreneurship and wanting to create a hub for entrepreneurs, wanting to better serve minority businesses and entrepreneurs with programming, the decision was made to explore opportunities where we could have entrepreneurs helping entrepreneurs. And so by doing that, that led us to a process where earlier this year in April, we put out an RFP for entrepreneurial ecosystem development. We got 2 responses to that RFP, which were reviewed by a regional committee of folks that are involved in entrepreneurship and small business development and economic development, and ultimately chose Spark, Inc., which is a local nonprofit, to partner with and pursue those opportunities. So we entered into an agreement with Spark that centers around the 5 items that are up there on the screen. Obviously, with any organization like that, we want them to be around for a long time, so they have to build organizational structure and sustainability. But I think that we're really going to see dividends being paid here is centralization of resources for entrepreneurs and connecting entrepreneurs to resources. Having spent 6 years running the Small Business Development Center office here in Manhattan, I can tell you that that's a challenge that this community has, is if you're a small business, you're an entrepreneur, if you're not from here and don't have a large existing network here, it's sometimes hard to know where to go. And so by working with Spark and creating that central hub, and then having Spark work with the different resource providers and the others in the community that are part of that entrepreneurship development, or the entrepreneurial ecosystem development, that's going to pay a lot of dividends down the road because people are going to be able to access resources quicker and more efficiently. And that's very important to early stage businesses. We're also going to have a better platform then to communicate local services across a broad spectrum. So, we financially support the Small Business Development Center, the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce Economic Development does, and I think for any resource providers like that in our community, the ability to have a centralized hub like Spark, promoting and communicating what resources exist is going to be very valuable as well. And then we have an expectation that they will identify, track, and report metrics as well. So with that, I would like to introduce Sarah Siders, who is the Executive Director of Spark. And Sarah's going to come up and talk a little bit more about some of the details of the programs that they're doing and really some of the very interesting things that they've found as they've done research and looked into other communities, and as we build something out that is the best fit for Manhattan and gives us the most opportunity for success going forward. So, Sarah.
Thank you, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay? Yes. It's good to be with you this evening. As Darren said, I'm Sarah Siders. I'm the Executive Director of Spark, and I'm really excited to be updating you on some of the progress that we've made on these objectives over the last few months. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge some of our key partners who have made such a difference this year. You know, it's just been an incredible year on so many levels. I want to thank especially the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce, K-State Innovation Partners, and K-State Center for Advancement of Entrepreneurship. I have worked closely, even sometimes daily, with these partners throughout the last several months, and their leadership, their guidance, and support has been so critical, and I'm very thankful for them. I also want to acknowledge Spark's Board of Directors, Kent Glasscock, who's actually here with us this evening, Mary Veneer and Derek Richards. I'm thankful for their guidance and support and leadership as well in critical moments as we establish Spark, as we are launching, as we're just in these really early moments and laying our foundations. It's so important that we have a strong start, and they have been there for that, and I'm very thankful for them. So let's get started on you know, some of these updates. It's been an incredible opportunity for Spark to be able to partner with the city, with our private donors, even with new corporate donors, with K-State Innovation Partners, to be able to do some of the work that we're doing. And I would say that we've spent a lot of the last 5 months doing the work of laying a foundation. And so sometimes it's like, you get this feeling, am I doing anything? It's not visible yet, but it's so important for the longevity of our organization to lay a strong foundation. And that is invisible work, but it's very important. And so let me make it visible to you tonight. So first off, we hired an executive director, that's me, and a community manager. We've built a board of directors. We convene monthly, and I regularly consult with a team of advisors who are available for helping me with kind of on-the-spot decisions, large and small, and helping me to continue to move strategies forward. Also, I've been meeting with all our known ecosystem stakeholders. And so ecosystem, just let me take a little moment to define what I mean by ecosystem. It's a buzzword in the entrepreneurship world. It just means a living network in which all the different parts and players rely on each other. And if one is doing well, then the other's doing well. And if one is suffering, then the others are suffering. And so an ecosystem is a really important way to describe the living network of the resources and the businesses, the startups, just the entrepreneurship community. It really is an ecosystem. So when we're talking about that, that's what we mean. But it is a little bit of a buzzword, so you'll hear it a lot. But Spark has been intentional to meet with all of our known ecosystem stakeholders in the region. We've been having individual meetings, we've been having small group meetings, we've had large group meetings, and we have also, thank you. Oh, okay, thank you. Getting some guidance here from Jason. We've been doing research for programs and organizations that are like Spark around the country, and that has been a privilege to learn from other ecosystem drivers like us in cities like Denver, Sioux Falls, Lincoln, Columbus, Georgia, Kansas City, Wichita. I have been all over the place virtually talking with these people, and it has been really great to learn best practices for programming and funding. I'm really getting so much advanced knowledge and learning from the lessons and even mistakes of some of these other organizations. And so it has really been just such a great opportunity for us. And we've also gone through a system or ecosystem design thinking and prioritization process with with UEDA. And I'm going to go ahead and just move us forward here. I missed my first slide, so I apologize for that. Want to make sure I've got this here. Okay, so the University Economic Development Association took us through a pilot process that helped us to identify the needs and priorities of our ecosystem. What do we need to be focusing on right now? And so out of a large group stakeholder meeting with nearly 20 regional stakeholders, and then a series of individual interviews with those stakeholders, and then a smaller convening of a facilitated process with the Chamber and with K-State Innovation Partners, and also with our hired cross-cultural consultant that we have brought on. So the four of us went through these individual facilitated conversations and identified resources, talent, capital, and minority inclusion as 4 priorities that we are going to be working on in these first years. And we are bringing on this cross-cultural consultant as a part of this continued process so that we can ensure that our ecosystem is built to be accessible and inclusive at every step. So that's a really important piece of this for us. So we'll also be bringing strategy teams, kind of like an all-star group of folks around these priorities, resources, talent, and capital. And again, we'll have our cross-cultural consultant in all of those meetings. But that's going to be a really neat opportunity for us to convene some of those key stakeholders who are doing work in those categories to help us create deliverables for those teams. And we'll be able to report on that next time we're here. And one of the other key pieces of organizational structure and sustainability is funding, right? So we're always looking for additional partners, and we've been able to achieve some of that. We're working right now we just brought on our first corporate sponsor, Kansas Gas Service, which is very exciting. And we're in the process of creating proposals for 3 other corporate sponsors right now. We also just got done with a very involved process applying for a grant in collaboration with K-State Center for Entrepreneurship. And that is a Kauffman grant that's going to allow us to do some really key work to build an internship placement program to fund our virtual hub build out, and also to improve our entrepreneurship programming access. So there's some really, really amazing education that's available to us here locally through K-State and from around the country, and we want to be able to make that accessible. And so this grant, if it's approved, would allow us to do that, which is very exciting. Another thing that Darren mentioned, centralizing our resources for entrepreneurs. So when you want to start a new business or venture here in Manhattan, where do you go? And that's been one of the questions that we've been asking. And a motivating statement for me is I want to make it easy to start a business or venture here in Manhattan. And I know that sounds crazy because it's never easy to be an entrepreneur. But from our side as a community, I want to do a really good job of bringing those resources and supports and programs and education to people no matter who they are. And so one of the first most important pieces of this is all of these meetings I've been having with stakeholders is helping us to map the ecosystem, to know what resources are available, how to access them, where are they located. And so we're building that library. And over time, we're through this process of ecosystem mapping, collecting those programs and resources, and creating a way to display them that's an accessible and centralized database, which I will talk about a little bit more going forward. But we're also building out our website. So if you're going to Spark's website, you're going to be able to see some upcoming events. You're going to be able to see programs that we partner with or sponsor with on an ongoing basis. And that's just going to become more and more of a hub as we go. Our last 3 priorities here, connecting entrepreneurs to resources. So again, that virtual hub is going to be so important. But we're also doing individual entrepreneur connection. So that's following up with pitch participants after a local pitch competition, engaging with entrepreneurs through 1 Million Cups every single week, helping to improve our youth entrepreneurship program here that's countywide. It's actually part of a statewide competition, and we're going to be taking ours to the next level here in this coming year. It's very exciting, some collaborations that are going on there. And we're also working to build entrepreneur development for minorities, and we're working very closely with the Black entrepreneurs of the Flint Hills and our cross-cultural consultant to develop a menu of access to capital mechanisms for entrepreneurs of color. as well as educational programming that addresses the unique challenges and opportunities of those historically underestimated founders and business owners. So we're very excited about the different program options that are coming forward from our work there. We're also looking to launch Women in Entrepreneurship, just a monthly program to provide education that's directed towards the challenges and opportunities of women who are owning their own businesses. And then finally, our last two, we've been working to communicate our local resources through just good old-fashioned storytelling campaigns. In November, we had Veteran Small Business Week, so we featured 4 veteran small businesses locally on our social media. This month, we're doing our Start Small campaign, and so we're encouraging people to start their holiday shopping small by featuring a number of local small businesses. So we're just getting started. We have some strategies out to be working with other businesses, large and small, throughout the community to highlight the success stories of businesses who have started here and who are growing here. So be on the lookout for that. There's some really exciting stuff coming there. We were also able to get news coverage of Spark's launch in Topeka, Kansas City, and here locally. And so we're really just trying to get the word out. We want to be a part of the entrepreneurship and innovation culture that's coming out of Kansas City, that's happening in Topeka. We think we have a really key part to play in all of that. And finally, we are working to identify and track metrics. So this year, we don't have a whole lot of data that we're starting with, so we're really trying to develop a baseline. We can talk about some of our, meetings that we've had. We've had over 130 meetings with local, regional, national partners and resources, and we are in the final considerations of a resource platform in CRM that is very robust and is going to be able to help us to boost regional engagement here with entrepreneurs and be able to track almost everything that people are doing by bringing them to the website, giving them resources, program access, and it's just an incredible tool that's going to be able to give us some really, really powerful metrics. So I'm very excited about that. Once that's on board, we're going to be able to give you that economic impact data. We're going to be talking about jobs created. We're going to be talking about revenue generation, the numbers that we are really excited to see. So I'm excited to be able to bring this on board for you. So that's all I've got. I'm going to bring Rebecca Robinson up. She's going to be talking about innovation strategies. Thank you.
Just 1 second, Rebecca. This is Mary Reddy. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, sure.
It's all right. When I had a conversation with you several months ago, I still have this. I just need some clarification. What is Spark as a nonprofit? Is it a consultancy agency? I don't understand that piece of it. And when you say sponsors, what does that mean? Is it sponsors to the nonprofit or sponsors to the initiative, the chamber initiative?
I did make the mistake of skipping over my my vision statement, so perhaps this should be clarifying. I'm sure we can need a little bit more, but I apologize if that wasn't clear. So Sparks, our vision is to be a nonprofit organization, as you mentioned, where we're individually resourcing and connecting and launching entrepreneurs. And the goal of that on a broader scale is to ignite a culture of entrepreneurship and innovation in Greater Manhattan. And so we existed kind of on our own. Spark has been something that's forming. We filed for a 501c3 in September of 2019, and we have just been kind of building the work. Spark actually was the result of a lot of entrepreneurship programming that came out of multiple partnership efforts from the Chamber, from the Fellow Co-working, from other Ironclad Co-working. There's just a lot of different programs that came out of those partnerships, and eventually it seemed like a nonprofit organization was the best way to house, fund, and develop those programs and take it to the next level. And so Spark does exist as a nonprofit on its own, and we do have a variety of funding partners. Obviously, we're working with the Chamber through the contract. We are working with private donor, and we also are working with K-State Innovation Partners. And then for specific programs that we're wanting to build in for education or things like that, we are having to kind of do combinations of grant funding or corporate sponsors and things like that. We just have like a very basic budget that we're working with right now that just kind of runs our operations.
Okay. All right. thank you.
Does that explain things
A little bit.
a little bit? Okay.
Yeah,
Happy to-
it's new, so.
It is. Happy to talk more.
Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to be here this evening. And I'm pleased to wrap up the final section of our presentation, our final strategy, which is innovation. And these innovation strategies have been pulled from former Region Reimagined strategies, as well as updated with things like evolving university or other innovation institutional strategies that we've evolved through our economic development initiatives. The strategies engage those innovation-based capabilities in the community, like K-State, MBAF, and other technology or knowledge-based companies, in order to attract, retain, and grow companies and jobs in the region. In order to do that, you'll see on these strategies that we are focused on supporting some of those existing economic development or economic prosperity strategies of those institutions, supporting enabling infrastructure that is unique for the kinds of innovation-based activities to attract companies and jobs, and then leveraging those resources for partnerships and economic growth. These are also highly integrated with the other strategies that you've heard about this evening, but they create a distinct focus on innovation, on that unique capability set that we as a community have, and allow us to attract companies, jobs, and talent, and compete globally for those. In terms of highlights from the last year, the first is one you know a lot about, North Campus Corridor, which was also rebranded this past year to be called the Edge Collaboration District, a part of the community to help to brand and create an innovation hub in our community. Thanks to your investments, much progress has been made in the last year on the construction of the infrastructure improvements at College and Kimball and North Manhattan Avenue. Those investments are already paying dividends for our community. In addition to your investments, the KSU Foundation has made significant investments in facilities in the district. Just this year, the Kansas Department of Agriculture laboratory moved into their new facilities in the K-State Research Park. Darren also talked to a little bit about the Stormont Vale and K-State partnership, also in the research park, and next year they'll be opening a new facility in that park as well. Finally, we're increasing the number of employees that are in the district. So NBAF has already hired almost 80% of its workforce. Most of those employees are housed in the K-State office park, and the coming year we'll move across the street to the MBAF facilities. Next, you heard a little bit about, again, our KBED partnership. We usually have a full-blown presentation to you annually. It's now a part of this integrated report. Those activities have been busy this year, but it's had limitations, just like all of the activities that we've encountered in our day-to-day jobs. Our companies are not able to travel here to visit the community in many cases. Economically, they're struggling or facing challenges. So it's been even more important for us to stay engaged with those companies virtually through those challenges to ensure that we're adding value, we're still creating a reason for them to have a presence here. And those companies, most of them are very much still engaged with us. And they're looking forward to the day that they can actually jump on a plane, cross an ocean, and come back and visit our community and hopefully have a presence here. Just today, as an example, we had almost 40 company representatives attend a virtual pet food event with some of our College of Agriculture faculty, talking about how we can advance programs, how we can support that industry. 2 companies that were on as a part of that virtual event are prospects that are both looking at this community as a place to have a future presence. As a part of those activities, we've got 12 companies in that pipeline, which are a part of that aggregated number that you saw earlier in that jobs category. And we're very much looking forward to, as soon as travel and things start to pick up, to actually moving forward and executing some agreements and leases or land buys and having some announcements to make. Finally, in terms of innovation, I want to talk a little bit about Kansas State University's research and commercialization activities. This year, you've heard a lot about enrollment numbers at K-State, but one thing that we haven't heard or talked a lot about is research activities. In fiscal year 2020, we actually had a 15% increase in sponsored research activities. That's over $26 million in increased research. Not only does that add new innovations that will attract industry or create new opportunities, much of research expenditures are actually in human capital, research personnel that actually do the research, and that creates employment in our community and dollars that ultimately get respent in our community. That research this past year resulted in 72 new invention disclosures or patents and 33 new licenses or agreements, leading not only to new startup companies, company formation, but even when we license those technologies to companies outside of Manhattan, the revenue comes back here, back to this community to support the activities here. So with that, thank you again for hearing a little bit more about the 5 strategies that we are aligned with. I will now pass it back to Jason Hildreth to talk about the Economic Development Fund.
That was a lot of information for you all. Obviously, there's a concerted effort here. It makes a lot of sense from our perspective in the investments we make in the community to bring these groups together and provide you all with an annual report. Just a quick update on dollars we've spent since 2012. Bev Hub, obviously underway, their renovation, and there have already been conversations of potential expansions. So their industry is growing and they want to be part of that and capture it here in Manhattan. The foundation building continues to lease up. They had 8 years when we first invested with them before their reporting period starts. So both of those companies, obviously, we've invested in, but we haven't seen a report yet. The accountability reports that are part of the city's economic development report really focused on 4 companies, and Continental Mills and Flint Hills Beverage were companies that obviously took place quite a while ago, and they're really more about, like Flint Hills Beverage is about special assessments out at the business park. Continental Mills is still part of an IRB type of issue where we're evaluating them on an annual basis. GTM, Civics Plus are both part of tax abatements, so they have reporting responsibilities as well. You can see all 4 of these received 100% of the benefits. Their blended percentages were of the mark that we set in all those agreements. They have to do with employment numbers, investment that they've made in the community, job benefits. So we track all those things annually. They're in your report. But I just wanted to highlight those are the companies that were part of your annual report that we put together for you as well. We have a lot more to get to this evening. Obviously, we'll transition into both the CVB and military, and then we'll circle back when we're done with that for the action item, Mayor and Commissioners, on the contracts with the Chamber for the military affairs and the CVB. So with that, unless you want to stop and take questions now and conversation, we can roll right into, I believe military is next.
Thanks a lot, Jason. This is Mayor Reddy. Does anybody have questions for the current presenters of the economic development? If not, we can move on to the second one. Okay, seeing none, we will go on to, is it CVB?
We're going to do military next, but before we do that, I'm going to introduce my boss, Larry Shope, who's here with us today. And she just had a couple of comments she wanted to make, and then I'll introduce Janet to do military.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. As he said, I'm Larry Shope. I am for at least 2 more weeks, chairman of the board of the Manhattan Chamber of Commerce. And today at our board meeting, we visited with Mayor Yusha Reddy because normally after the board meeting, we have a little reception for the outgoing mayor and present a plaque, and we didn't get to do that this year because of our unique year. So what we have for you, Yusha, is a plaque of appreciation for your outstanding service as the mayor, with special appreciation for your leadership, dedication to the business community and the citizens of Manhattan. And as I stated today in the board meeting, you know, taking on leadership in any role is not easy, but when you take it on in a year like this, it makes it even more difficult, and the decisions and what you needed to do, you always had the best interest of the citizens for their safety, the welfare, and the economy of our businesses. So we really appreciate that, and it's been noticed, and so we'd like to give you this plaque, and I'll bring it up to you so we can kind of do our distance
Thank
thing,
you,
okay?
appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do appreciate the partnership with the chamber. Thank you so much, Larry. And good luck during the holidays. You get some break. So.
Thank you, Larry. So, as we've talked about before, this has been a very challenging year. Very few individuals have had to be as creative as Janet Nichols has, and has done an outstanding job. It has been a challenge, but she has been very persistent in how she's approached this year. I also want to mention when the pandemic first started, and Janet was one of those individuals on our team who jumped in and said, "Look, let me help where I can." And so she was making calls to businesses as well, and helping businesses identify resources to help. She also helped with administer the emergency loan fund and some of the documentation that was required as part of that. So I just wanted to mention that she's done outstanding this year in light of a very difficult situation. She's been very creative. We had one of the few Veterans Day parades in the country, and a lot of that was some of her planning that took place as part of that. So I wanted to make a few comments and just say that ahead of time. So I'm going to turn it over to Janet.
Thank you. Welcome, Janet.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. I want to thank you once again for allowing me to be your representative as the Military Community Liaison for the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce. It really is an honor to be your representative to not just Fort Riley, but the military community throughout the region. So thank you. This has been an interesting year for Manhattan, Fort Riley. You know, that word pivot comes up a lot. A year of change, adaptation, and learning since March. There's been a lot of new ways of interacting for all of us, and for me especially, in my dealings with Fort Riley and the 1st Infantry Division. This new, mostly virtually way of interacting took some getting used to, but as we continue this year, I see that virtual now is simply an option for interacting when meeting in person isn't feasible. Having said that, I continue to look for opportunities that connect our great community with our military partners. Now, with the uncertainty of the times, just a part of doing business, an established relationship with the senior leadership of Fort Riley and the 1st Infantry Division is essential to Manhattan. Since I last presented to you all, I wanted to say that these long established working relationships that I've established with Fort Riley senior leaders has enabled some valuable information sharing, and I just wanted to highlight this one thing before I move on. You know, there's a new commanding general at Fort Riley, and in one of our conversations since his return from the National Training Center in California, General Sims, when he came on board, he immediately left for about a month. But one of the first times I saw him, he asked me, who does he talk to discuss the Aggieville policy that was enacted before he came on board, that banned soldiers from businesses in Aggieville. I introduced Major General Sims to Riley County Health Department Director Julie Gibbs, and within 48 hours, this was virtually, of course, they had ironed out a solution for a new, less restrictive Aggieville policy. It did take a week or two to get actually implemented and go through the legal process at Fort Riley. But, you know, these times have really reminded us how important Fort Riley is not only to national defense, but to our local economy. And I truly feel if I hadn't had this long-term relationship already in place, it probably would have taken a little bit longer to get that moving and going as quickly as it did. So then I just wanted to move to military lunches. They started pretty typically this year. We had 2 live ones, and then March came around, and we had to learn how to adapt this networking opportunity between Manhattan and Fort Riley. But as luck would have it, our April speaker was Colonel Brown, who was then the commander of Irwin Army Community Hospital, which was fortunate because he had a lot of opportunity. That also was unfortunate in that he was crazy, crazy busy as the hospital administrator on Fort Riley. And also, due to some technical issues working with the military, it took a while to figure out how to do a virtual event with them. They don't use Zoom, and their other virtual platforms are closed, so I can't log into them. So we figured it out, and we had 2 virtual ones, one with Colonel Brown, and he talked a lot about COVID and mitigation efforts on Fort Riley, and then also one with Colonel Schrader, who was then the garrison commander. And then in July, the Manhattan MRC was amongst the first to apply for and receive a Riley County Health Department permit to hold an in-person event. With our permit in hand, we held the first Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce event in 5 months, and that was the August MRC lunch. MRC held 4 in-person lunches after that, including that August one this fall. Each event hosted 50 to 60 people, depending on the venue. Followed the Fort Riley COVID mitigation protocols, which are a bit more stringent than our local protocols, and resulted in not one incidence of community spread. I'm really proud of this and hope we can continue with some live events, MRC events in the new year. I'm hopeful. Our next MRC lunch is Wednesday, February 3rd. Currently, it's to be held at the Manhattan Conference Center, subject to change. It features guest speaker Colonel Ann Kang. She's the Deputy Commander of Nursing and Patient Services at Irwin Army Community Hospital. And Colonel Kang will discuss COVID mitigation on Fort Riley's COVID vaccination policy and processes, and the transition of Army medicine to the Defense Health Agency. Then the Manhattan Veterans Day Parade. This was a really huge event. I typically say that Veterans Day Parade has about 1 million moving parts. Last year, when the 1st Infantry Division decided to bring an M1A2 Abrams tank to the parade, I thought that planning was 2 million moving parts, and well, bringing a tank to town has nothing on planning a parade in a pandemic. I cannot tell you how hard the Flint Hills Veterans Coalition and I worked to bring this parade to fruition. So many from this community worked together to make the Veterans Day Parade happen, from the city to Manhattan Parks and Rec, to the county, to Riley County Health Department, Riley County Police Department, Manhattan Fire Department, K-Man, Angel FM, local businesses. I could go on and on and on. When it was offered that we could not only broadcast via radio and audio, but to get videotape to record the parade and broadcast it, the word went out to the community via the Armed Forces Community Foundation, which is part of the Greater Manhattan Community Foundation. And in less than a day, $2,500 was raised to pay for the videotaping, and that was provided by one local business. Assisted living facilities from Wamego to Abilene were approached and offered the links for their veteran residents to watch the parade live, and the city generously offered their use of their cable channel for local viewing, in addition to being held on Angel FM and K-Man's websites. And we now have a tape of that, and it's on our website as well. And so this way, many older veterans unable to come out to enjoy the Veterans Day Parade in person, COVID or not, we will continue to videotape and find multiple platforms so all veterans can enjoy, celebrate this special day. We had over 500 participants, 90 vehicles, 3 marching bands, and so many spectators, all wearing protective wear and social distancing. There was no instance of community spread. It was really amazing. And I took that picture of the little kids up there. They were adorable, I'll tell you that. Mm-hmm. And then I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that went on. I'll try to go through pretty quickly. The Defense Community Infrastructure was an unfunded mandate in the National Defense Authorization Act. This year, there was $50 million to use towards infrastructure programs that are outside the gate but directly benefit soldiers and their families. I coordinated a regional group that included the Flint Hills Regional Council and the Flint Hills Metropolitan Organization. There were members from the city there. We came up, and also, but this was regional. We came up with 2 projects. One was for a half-mile of road outside of the new Junction City High School, and then the other was road improvements to Riley Avenue in Ogden, which, while that's not located in Manhattan, it directly benefits Manhattan in that 9,000 to 16,000 people, depending on how many soldiers are here and not deployed, use Riley Avenue from Manhattan to access Fort Riley. That road also is a dividing line of the school there, Ogden Elementary, which services many military-connected children. Unfortunately, neither of those projects got selected. The 16 projects that did get selected all were either recreation centers or directly like STEM or STEAM programs, all except 2, I think. However, we have a path to go forward for next year. I believe the current ask in the National Defense Authorization, which has not yet been approved for 2021, is $75 million, so there'll be a little bit more money there. And they have given some updates, and we'll get back together in hopefully next month and start planning for next year. The MRC was nominated by the Fort Riley Garrison for something called the Fisher Award. It's actually the Zachary and Elizabeth Fisher Distinguished Civilian Humanitarian Service Award. The Fisher Award is presented annually to an individual or organization outside the Department of Defense that has demonstrated exceptional patriotism, generosity, and selfless dedication to members of the armed forces, or that have significantly enhanced the quality of life of military members and their families. The 2020 awardees have not been announced yet, but honestly, I am tremendously honored and quite honestly shocked that Fort Riley Garrison nominated the Manhattan Military Relations Committee. I really am quite a prestigious award, and we'll see what happens. I wanted to talk a little bit about the Little Apple Brigade. I really don't talk about the Little Apple Brigade here a lot. However, with the onset of COVID, our spring Little Apple Brigade event was canceled. Our committee tried to figure out a way to hold our fall event, the Little Apple Brigade Ball. We moved the date, tried various locations, but knew in the end that there was really no way to hold a ball during a pandemic, and ultimately the ball was canceled. However, our Little Apple Brigade Committee looked for a way for Manhattan to somehow reach out not only to our military friends to the west, but to all of our Little Apple Brigade members, and came up with a solution. Little Apple Brigade volunteers assisted with assembly and distribution of Little Apple-themed ball in a basket for active duty military on Fort Riley, and distribution of the commemorative Little Apple Brigade apple to all Little Apple Brigade members and Fort Riley civilians. Included with all distributed materials was a save the date card for the Little Apple Brigade's next event, the Little Apple Brigade Spring Social, which is Thursday, April 15th, 2021. Fingers crossed. The overall reaction to both the baskets and this year's commemorative apple were great and fulfilled the Little Apple Brigade's mission to connect the leadership of Manhattan and Fort Riley to the betterment of both communities, and to share all that Manhattan has to offer with those new to our community. We received many thank you notes from basket recipients, including I got one note that said, we had a list of all the Little Apple Brigade members in the baskets, and she recognized that her orthodontist was a member, so then she went on and was like, hey, I didn't know you were a member. I mean, so, we made some connections, we reached out, I think it went really well. As I mentioned before, there were changes to Fort Riley leadership, including General Sims, the new commanding general. We have Colonel Will McCanney, he's the new Fort Riley Garrison commander, and replacing Colonel Brown, mentioned earlier before, as Colonel Edgar Arroyo. He's the Irwin Army Community Hospital commander. And despite COVID restrictions and them being new, and I had to find new and innovative ways to get to know some of these guys a little bit, we do have viable working relationships, and I will strive in the upcoming year to increase these interactions, not just with them, but with all leadership at Fort Riley. A deployment update. Immediately after the new year, Fort Riley will begin a staff training for a warfighter computer simulation exercise that begins in February. In April, the 1st ID Combat Aviation Brigade will deploy to Europe. Next summer, 1st Brigade and 80 members of the division staff will also deploy to Europe. There is an NTC rotation planned for late summer, early fall for one of the brigades. I'm guessing it's 2nd Brigade since 1st Brigade will be deployed. And just so you know, for the holidays, Fort Riley started their half-day schedule yesterday for the holidays, and that will go through January 3rd. The soldiers will be allowed to travel home, but upon their return, there is a built-in 14-day quarantine. They don't do 10 on post, they do 14. If after 7 days of quarantine, they pass a COVID test and are not positive, they can work and just go work home. So restricted duty. Currently, I would like to talk about General Order Number 5, which was released on November 20th and effective November 23rd. The latest general order that affects soldiers from Fort Riley regarding COVID mitigation is effective on, it allows only for takeout from restaurants and bars. There's an 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. curfew, and off-post gyms and workout facilities are prohibitive to the uniformed personnel. I think my guess, and it's my personal opinion, that that's probably going to stay put at least through the end of the year, maybe through February 1st, but definitely through the end of the year. And then finally, I wanted to touch a little bit on the talent collaboration that was mentioned earlier in the economic development section. I'm working with the Chamber's new talent strategies coordinator, Amber Wilhelm, to introduce her to the Soldier for Life program, USO Pathfinder, and Fort Riley Employment Services. And we're going to work really hard to create a pipeline between Fort Riley and Manhattan to increase the knowledge of job opportunities and employment here in Manhattan, and hopefully encourage more soldiers who would like to stay in the area after their military commitment to do so. And also, honestly, to try to get spouses in the pipeline before that time, because as the saying goes, if the spouse is employed at that time of when they transition out of service, they're much more likely to stay, the service member. In conclusion, I want to thank you for the opportunity to represent Manhattan. I also want to thank my MRC board for this year, who I've turned to for a lot of advice and direction. They've really been there for me, and I really appreciate their help this year. And I would like to let the commission know that, to remind them that for every dollar the city of Manhattan spends, the chamber leverages and multiplies that investment by 3 via Ed Managed Manhattan, the Little Apple Brigade, and other recruited sponsorships. Given our current environment, this investment is really valuable to the future of Manhattan, be it while soldiers and families are stationed here, or if they, like me, retire here. There will always be soldiers at Fort Riley, and I would like to continue my efforts illustrating what a great place Manhattan is to live, train, deploy from, come home to, and retire. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have
This is
any.
Mayor Reddy. Thank you, Janet. You know, you always do an extraordinary job, and I agree with Jason. You just jump in, and you're just a very dedicated and committed person, not only to Manhattan, but to Fort Riley. So we really do appreciate your work. I do have one question. Do you know where the military falls in the rollout of the vaccine?
They already have vaccine on post. I know that it's voluntary, and I think it's I'm under the impression, and I don't know if other vaccines are administered similarly, but from what I understand, you get one shot, and then 21 days later you get a second shot. And so I think they want to make sure that there is commitment that you will take. They do not want to waste one shot, so you have to commit to that second shot. And also with all of the trainings that they have, I think they want to make sure that that nobody misses one. So let's say you take it now, and then 3 weeks later you're someplace else and you can't take it. So I think that's part of why they're making it voluntary, but they have it there. And they had a drill, I don't know if it was today or yesterday, like a virtual drill of how they were going to distribute it. And they've had for a while at IAC, at both coming from west and east, COVID vaccine turn here. So they're they're in the process of working it out, and they have one of those super cold refrigerators that you have to keep the vaccine in. So, so they're probably about the same as us in terms of receiving the vaccine and in terms of figuring out how to get it out there, I think. It sounds like, from what I heard today at the chamber board meeting with Bob Koppel. So it sounds that they're in about a similar footing.
Yeah, I thought they might be one of those top-tier priorities, being the military and kind of our frontline workers in a different way.
Yeah.
So that's good to know.
Yeah.
I'm glad they're doing that. Other questions for Janet? Okay, well,
Okay.
thank you for being
Thank you, everyone.
stellar. Next is...
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Bernie Haney, and I'm sure everyone here is ready to wrap up 2020. As the Stevie B Steering Committee Chairperson, my first year does not have a glowing record. Too many conferences and event cancellations, record lows of hotel occupancy, and major financial challenges. One aspect, though, that we added to our virtual bi-monthly steering committee meetings is a brief update from our committee members that includes hoteliers, restaurant owners, and entertainment attraction proprietors. As you heard earlier from downtown Manhattan people, the struggle is real. And if you drive around our community, you will see more local hospitality businesses closing their doors, unfortunately. This industry is what makes our community attractive and for our residents and our out-of-town guests. I am thankful the CVB leadership offered to give me a second year. In 2021 will be a vital year to re-energize local tourism and hospitality when those opportunities arise with conventions and leisure tourism. We will need support from city staff and the commissioners to increase consumer confidence, and even with limited TGT funding, please do not give up future support, financial support for the CVB. Although we are down to CVB staff positions, our fearless leaders, Karen Hibbard and Marsha Roselle, continue to plug away, and they have the experience to guide us forward. Karen will now provide a fourth quarter CVB presentation.
Thank you.
What'd you do with this? Thanks, Jason. Thank you, Commissioners. Mayor, it's our privilege to be here this evening, and what a year indeed it has been, specifically for, as Bernie said, the hospitality industry. I'm going to share with you our fourth quarter report. Keep in mind, much of our information, the fourth quarter isn't completed, so depending on the report, it will either reflect through October or November. This chart shows you our week-to-week occupancy, how well we're doing. For 38 weeks, Manhattan has seen a downward occupancy. The final week of November reflected a 33.6% occupancy, which was down 12.2% compared to the final week of November of 19. Due to the timing of when we receive our information and the time of this presentation, we're only able to show you on a month-to-month basis through October. Month-to-month through October, our occupancy was 49.4%, down by 16.3 compared to October 2019. And year-to-date, our hotel occupancy reflects 42.6% occupancy, 21.7% down from the 2019 October year-to-date. Lower occupancy hits hotels hard, not only with fewer guests, but that also means less revenue. The revenue per room year-to-date is at a $37.50 revenue per room, a loss of $27.45 compared to the year-to-date 2019 of October. So how has Manhattan compared to the entire state of Kansas? As you can imagine, it's very similar trends. Month to month through October, Manhattan is 3.6% higher in occupancy than the rest of the state of Kansas. Manhattan was 2% higher in October of 2019. Year to date through October, Manhattan runs a bit better than the entire state of Kansas. Not a lot, but a bit. 2020, we were running 1% ahead of the state of Kansas through October, and compared to 2019, where we were 6.3% ahead of Kansas, the rest of the state of Kansas. And again, that revenue per room is significantly less as well. Our fourth quarter meetings and events certainly does not reflect what we normally look like in the fourth quarter. We hosted 5 very small meetings and 2 events that are reflected on this slide during the fourth quarter. Typically, we tout that we have just hosted our largest conference with Kansas Farm Bureau holding their annual meeting here in December. Unfortunately, like so many other conferences, Farm Bureau had to make the very difficult decision to go virtual. We look forward to the days when they will once again return to holding in-person meetings. And again, this slide just shows you the quarter-to-quarter meeting pattern in Manhattan. We do have good news, if I can catch up here. We love it when we have publicity. The Small Market Meetings publication targets meeting planners. Over 10,000 planners received this publication, counting on it to keep them up to date on meeting options. Manhattan received multiple mentions in this publication featuring affordable meeting venues in Kansas and Oklahoma. This is the kind of publicity that we value. The Flint Hills Discovery Center was featured in this article. They also had a section on Kansas outdoor venues. We have many, many, many options in which to choose when you think outdoors here in Manhattan, but the Small Market Meetings publication chose to feature Lazy T Ranch and Blackjack Hills, which are both located just outside of the city limits of Manhattan. Again, great coverage, keeping Manhattan in mind when planners once again have the confidence to meet in person. As the weather cools, so do sports. The fourth quarter reflects that we hosted 2 activities, the Wildcat Classic by MSP, which was a girls' fast-pitch softball tournament, as well as the Little Apple Marathon that the Manhattan Running Company organized. It is official. It's always great to be recognized for a job well done. Our 2020 Visitors Guide received first place honors for the Best Visitors Guide by TIAC, the Travel Industry Association of Kansas. This coveted award was made possible by our talented team and our multiple valuable advertising partners. To each one of them, we say thank you. Due to the success of the 2020 Visitors Guide, along with the challenges of the pandemic, we will be placing an award-winning sticker on our 2020 guides that reflects 2021, as we are not publishing a guide for 2021. We will begin to work on our 2022 guide when Manhattan is up and going again, welcoming visitors to our great community. Let's take a look at our digital presence and the effectiveness that we've had during the fourth quarter. And this slide represents our impressions and clicks. Keep in mind, impressions are the number of times a post or an ad appears in the social media feeds, and a click would be a click to our website or on our social media profile page. These numbers are strong and consistent compared to the quarters before. And again, keep in mind, none of these slides that we're going to go through in our digital campaigns reflect any data from December. Here's a slide of our side-by-side comparison of our campaigns across the quarters. The Reach Local campaign is doing quite well. This chart focuses on the impressions, which again is the number of times a post or an ad appears in social media feeds. Impressions are a great way to achieve the goal of brand awareness, which seeks to educate and remind audiences to visit Manhattan. This is also a side-by-side comparison of our campaigns across each quarter. Our paid social advertising is driving a large amount of link clicks, which is why we are ahead in quarter 4 compared to quarter 3. And this is a breakdown of our organic social media numbers for the 4th quarter. While Facebook continues to make it only more difficult for businesses to reach followers organically, this means without any money, we have increased our presence on other platforms like Twitter and Instagram to create larger and more engaged audiences on those platforms. We had a goal in 2020 to have 15,000 followers at the end of the year, and we're very pleased to say that we've already surpassed that goal, and we haven't even included December yet. So we're very pleased with our social media efforts. Just as it was predicted with COVID, we knew that travel would shift and that much of our travel would become drive-to destinations. So much as our website traffic also positions us to be a drive-to destination. We are on pace quarter to quarter with our website views. Prior to 2020, we had not advertised on Twitter. We were posting organically. Throughout 4th quarter, we've created 3 ad campaigns to test and to see those results. We have experienced great traffic throughout October and November with these campaigns. Our Thanksgiving campaign was successful as the main point of that campaign was to drive the unique number of people to see our ad. We are pleased with those results and will continue to advertise on Twitter. Why advertise on Twitter? We began advertising with them because of their policy against political ads. Facebook allows for political advertising, which took up tons of Facebook advertising market share. Twitter was a platform for us to turn to get beyond Facebook. Hopefully this will work. Yeah, look at this. This is our Thanksgiving campaign ad on Twitter. Again, you have 15 seconds. I think you will agree with me that this was a very, very successful Twitter campaign that we used. We were really, really pleased with the results of this campaign, and we will continue to advertise on this platform. Our electronic newsletters, the Manhattanen, which goes out to the leisure traveler, and our Meet in Manhattan, which is designated and targeted to our meeting planners. The Meet in Manhattan hasn't gone out yet. It will go out later this week. But the December Manhattanen has had a much higher open rate this quarter. We sent out a goodbye message to our users who, for whatever reason, hadn't opened their email from us for the past 3 months. While it may seem beneficial to send out emails just to say you're sending out emails to as many people as possible, it really is considered a bad practice and could potentially move our emails into a spam category on their email platforms. So over the last 3 months, we've really seen consistent results with our email marketing. Housekeeping really is good, and it allows us to speak to those visitors who really want information on Manhattan. All of these efforts help us to achieve our mission statement as we constantly are working to attract visitors to Manhattan to expand our local area economy by attracting visitors. And what a great way that we have to not only celebrate the season, but to attract the visitors with the Festival of Lights. The Festival of Lights has brought great joy to countless children of all ages this year. The lighting ceremony was virtual, but you know what? It helped expand the reach to our visitors literally across the world. And the Curbside Carnival was a huge success with holiday activities that were shared in a safe way. Manhattan's logo was on there, as well as the bag was filled with great treats and holiday activities for those families that participated in that. We really do appreciate the efforts of Whoville, all of those who work behind the scenes to make this season fun and festive, and we look forward to being in person in 2021. Certainly, 2020 has been a year of history making. We have a strong community that works together to work through adversity. As a vaccine is distributed, Manhattan will continue to be a destination that visitors say we must visit. We do look forward to 2021. We have much to celebrate and we have many things planned. Conferences and meetings will return when those folks feel comfortable and confident that it is safe for them to return. In the meantime, we'll have virtual videos that will show the conference center expansion. We begin to do that tomorrow, shooting that and getting that message out. We also will have in 2021 an extensive mail campaign to our meeting planners so that they have something that's tangible that they can see and also know of what our venues are. Sporting events will return. Sporting events will continue to bring fans to our community. We're excited about the opening of the Courtyard by the Marriott Hotel to help welcome our visitors in 2021, as well as the redevelopment that's taking place in Aggieville, which we started with the groundbreaking for the parking garage, which is now in full swing. Manhattan's hospitality industry indeed has been hit hard, but with our strong community and passionate visitors, we look forward to hearing those endearing words. Oh, Manhattan, we can't wait to experience you. Now, who has the first question or comment for us?
This is Mary Reddy. Thank you, Karen. Excellent job. Art.
Commissioner Hadisell here. So is it too early to start thinking, I'm sure somebody's thinking about it, but with the new recreational centers going on with the new, at the both junior highs and inside sports type stuff, is anybody thinking about trying to come to Manhattan next summer yet to take advantage of our facilities, or are we still too far out?
It's a bit early. It's a bit early. We are working on getting that effort out so that people can know when that deadline, when that opening is going to happen. But it's still a bit early for that. I tag that also with meeting planners. We know pretty solidly there'll be a few small meetings, but large meetings. I was with KSAE last week, and the large majority of those meetings have been canceled, not canceled, but are forced to go virtually through the first quarter. Maybe second quarter again with the vaccine coming on strong. More people that get vaccinated, the sooner people will be able to feel that they are comfortable in coming.
I know it's not your realm, but I haven't heard anything. There's not going to be a ball drop for Aggieville based on limitations of everything this year. Okay.
Yeah, I had a similar question, such as Commissioner Hadisell, about the rec centers and Douglas Center. I know that's an ongoing conversation, and one day when we start getting back into that conversation, one of the revenue sources was the competitive play, whether it's wrestling or gymnastics, cheerleading, chess, I don't know, whatever it might be, so that it can take some of that stress off of our residents to take care of the operations costs. So we've talked about that since the day we decided to do the sales tax initiative. And I know you have a committee set up that was working on it, especially since Country Stampede had moved on to Topeka. We were looking at other ways to attract entertainment or competitive play into our community. So I'm thinking that committee is still in place, but just hasn't had much to work with because everything is shutting down.
There's so many variables that still come into play there that it's just very, very difficult, as you know, to plan until you can be in person safely.
Yeah, and as long as we're also tapped into those organizations as a member or whatever it might take, so we're getting those emails, because those sometimes fill up those calendars years in advance, and I want to make sure that Manhattan is on the map for those with both the rec centers as well as Douglas Center. My other question to you was, it looks like Twitter and Instagram are having, more impressions. It could be because of the way you placed your ads as opposed to Facebook because of the political ads that you said. I wanted to know if you're gathering any kind of age demographics on who's clicking onto it and who it is we are attracting into Manhattan, just to take a little peek at it.
Yes, Mayor, we are. I don't have that information in front of me. I can get that to you. Our communications team is really great on being able to know where they're coming from, what their age is, what their interest is. Also, I failed to mention one of the things that we're really looking forward to when we come to share with you truly the end of the year for 2020, mid-January, we will be enrolling our new website that is really going to be exciting for you to see, and we'll have that ability to know even more who's looking at us, how long are they staying on. I mean, the technology, as you know, we've needed to have our website updated for quite some time, and so we're really excited about that information that we can gather on the backside as well with that.
Yeah, I think the pandemic has showed us how much we need to do with technology. So I think that's good. And I really appreciate you comparing Manhattan to the rest of the state of Kansas. I had asked for that previously, and I do, like I said, appreciate you putting it into our packet.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year. Merry
Yes.
Christmas.
So this evening, the actions items, commissioners, let me get open commission agenda. We have 3 contracts that we typically enter into. We have the ED contract, which is about $150,000 less than what their 2020 request was. And if you recall from our budget request, they came in at the 343 number for 2021. And they referenced that COVID-19 impact. Their breakdown of those base services were basically $133,000, which they've traditionally received, and then the additional expanded service for the $200,000. The business park promotion, $10,000 again, very consistent with where we've been. Fort Riley promotion stays consistent at $40,000, which we've been doing for quite some time. And then the $924,708 with the transient guest tax. Transient guest tax is one of those, I know we had this budget of $1.38 million. It's kind of interesting. We're looking to end the year about right there. We normally are about $2 million in transient guest tax funds. And we are looking at about a 1.35, 1.4 ending total revenue. We have dispersed the majority of that. We'll probably bring about $150,000 forward. More than likely, our last quarter was about $300,000 payment. We anticipated the first quarter being something similar. We should be able to make all the distributions in that first quarter of 2021 and go from there. But it's clearly a reduction anticipated in every area, transient guest tax. So, Mayor, Commissioners, happy to answer any questions. Recommendation this evening, obviously, is to move forward with these contracts and authorize the mayor and clerk to execute. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate it. Are there questions for Jason or any from Manhattan Chamber, Military Relations, CBB, and any other facilitators that were here tonight, speakers? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Mayor,
Estabrook.
this is Commissioner Estabrook. I don't have a question, I have a comment, so after public comments, I'll come back.
Sure. If there are no questions, I just wanted to ask a question as well, I suppose. I don't know who wants to answer it. Is Region Reimagined kind of meshed into all of this?
I'm happy to start the answer. If someone else wants to chime in, they can certainly do that. So the Region Reimagined process started about 4 years ago, when Commissioner Morse was mayor and was co-chaired as the Greater Manhattan Project. And it was a realization, going back to the conversation about job stagnation, that we needed to develop a new strategy. And there were a number of strategies that were part of that original Greater Manhattan Project. It was realized at that particular moment that, you know what, a lot of this is regional. Let's see if we can make this more of a regional plan. And Christy was brought on and was basically said, you come in and you work with our regional partners and see what we can do regionally as opposed to just Manhattan. At the same time, it was never envisioned that Manhattan would quit working on those individual items that were necessary to enhance our economic opportunity. So those were occurring simultaneously. We were doing some of the Manhattan strategies. That was what we were coming in here to talk about. Christy was working with our regional partners to facilitate collaboration in a number of areas, one of which was GMEP. So that's GMEP came out of Region Reimagine. So Region Reimagine is still the overarching strategy that we're working under, which started as a Greater Manhattan Project. What you see today are the Manhattan-specific tactics. So these are the items that we're working on to continue to enhance our economic opportunities for Manhattan. It does not mean that we're not continuing to work on Region Reimagine. And in fact, we're in conversations with Christy and the Regional Council. I think Commissioner Morse was in that meeting on what we can do to potentially work with the Regional Council on continuing to facilitate the regional planning and to continue to facilitate some of the regional quality of place initiatives that were envisioned in Region Reimagine.
Yeah, I think the reason I bring that up, and I bring it up every single time, so that's probably an anticipated question, is because it also, within that umbrella, had healthcare and housing, quality of place. So we tend to talk a lot about the talent and some of these other workforce initiatives. So I just don't want us to reinvent everything. If there was so many people that went into putting that together. So I guess I'm still grasping for that somewhere.
Yeah. Well, we agree 100%. Somehow it sort of became, well, the chamber is going to do all this. Well, it's impossible with the resources we have to facilitate all the things that are in Region Reimagine. So it requires partnerships and some of the collaborations like what we saw with the sales tax and the 10% that's dedicated to housing. One of the reasons why the chamber supported that is it was in the Region Reimagine strategy. So we continue to use it as our guidebook, and we continue to see that as incredibly important for moving our regional economy forward.
Linda Morris, I would just say that I'm enthusiastic about the Region Reimagine concept being taken to a wider geographic area also, so that it isn't just a burden on the chamber or the city, but we're all going to be working, Junction City, Council Grove. We all have so much in common trying to attract business, attract visitors, and when the economy levels out, like Karen just talked about, we will be able hopefully to resume, and I'm hoping by the end of the year, certainly, or by the last quarter, we should be. I'm expecting. Won't get you very far. But I do think it's an important strategy for us to just to work toward. Start now, because by then we should be able to gear it up.
And I'll remind the commission, and I know you all know this, but GMEP was an effort that came out of Region Reimagine, and actually 1/3 of the GMEP budget is funded by Pottawatomie County EDC. So that is a situation where our overall business attraction efforts are being funded. We're able to take the dollars that we're using and leverage them out by joining together. So.
Okay, and I have another question. So just for the public, because I don't think they'd read through the whole packet, the letter states the breakdown of the $383,000 for entrepreneurial services, $100,000. I'm assuming that's Spark, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and talent attraction and retention coordinators, $40,000. Is that already? Is that George, or is that somebody that's already been designated as the coordinator?
That's Amber, who is spending, as Darren referenced, is working with the colleges, working with Janet and Fort Riley to connect employers to talent sources. She's also managing, and part of her salary is paid by the chamber because she's also managing the YP program.
Okay, So that's part of it's from the chamber then. Economic development staff, 145,000, so that falls in Darren's
Darren and
wheelhouse.
George, yeah.
Okay, workforce development and jobs fairs. So that's for jobs throughout the state or wherever you go?
Correct.
Is that right?
That's the budget for our talent coordinator to go out and promote jobs to state and regional universities.
Knowledge-based economic development, KBED, as we call it, so $8,000. Is that a contract to KBED, or I don't know what that is?
Do we have a contract, or is it just, no, it's not a contract, it's just a membership.
Membership. Shared administration. Is that within the chamber when you say shared administration, $20,000?
Correct. So we have 6 people who are shared between the 3 divisions, and would be marketing, administration, financial, answering the phones, those kind of things.
Okay, business park promotion is 10,000. Somehow I thought that might be more.
Well, I mean, if you take the overall effort, it is considerably more, but we work really hard on some of the materials and those kind of things with the business park, on how we promote that specifically.
Okay, and military relations is 40,000, which is
Correct.
typical.
And that's basically to help us pay for Janet being there, and then again, we raise money for the private sector, Manhattan, Advantage Manhattan, and the county all pay a portion, and it's about 1/3 of the overall budget.
Okay, and I think you gave a breakdown of how some of those fall into some of these bullet points. Okay, those are the only questions I had for you. Thank you. Are there any public comments regarding economic development and chamber funding tonight? I don't believe we received any either via email. Okay, seeing no comments, I'm going to close public comment and open it back to commissioner comments and questions.
You go ahead. Oh, this is Commissioner Estabrook. I just wanted to touch on a couple things, not necessarily questions. And first and foremost, I think this is, I appreciate the packet, the information and the consolidation. I think Darren brought that up at the beginning. That's an incredible tool that we have. And this is a bit, I don't know, nitpicky, but I am saying that I wanted to point out that the relationship that the chamber has had, and I know that it's because of COVID, that we haven't developed that further, but in the third strategy of talent, the USD 383 MATC Career Academy also incorporates elements of Job Corps and that pipeline, and I think that's important in this community. Obviously, I work out there, so I pay attention to that, but I also recognize the efforts that you guys have you've reached out multiple times and said you want to come tour, and I just want to see that continue to happen and be part of this talent strategy. So thank you. The last part is with I also that pipeline, really just wanted to comment. I appreciate the work, and I think that Spark is trying to do in this environment, and it's actually maybe a little bit of a good thing with COVID, having so many entities online and getting that network established for that database mapping, that ecosystem development. Entrepreneurial growth is almost it's a hard thing to see, but I'm certainly glad that we're investing in that, because I know there's a lot of smart young people, young professionals that want to get into business. People are sitting at home thinking if they want career changes and what's it like to start a business, and it's just refreshing to hear that some of the people in our community are putting their heads together and trying to give those tools. So I thank you, and those are my comments.
Yes, Commissioner Morris.
Linda Morris. I always look forward to this time of year when you give an economic development report. So as commissioners, we can look back at those businesses that we have made awards to and see what their progress is. This is a marker, and I know it's a lot of work. I've seen how much work the city administration has gone through trying to give those figures in the past. And I don't know, Jason, you have worked on it a lot, and looks like Kristen Dolph is now. But I just think that's so important, so don't ever drop that. I'm also just eager to hear every year the plans you're making and the enthusiasm you have and the just the forward movement, and we have to keep that up. And now with a COVID year, it's even more important to jumpstart, restart, whatever it takes to re-engage. So thank you for this presentation. I know it's a lot of work, and I just know all of you have had a part in it, so thank you collectively.
This is Mary Reddy. I have a few comments. I appreciate the presentation. I know a lot of effort must have gone into that, especially with so many entities working together. I appreciate all the documents that you've done. And we are one of the few communities that work well with our chamber, our city, and our university, as well as Fort Riley. And I think that makes us outstanding because of that. I think there's a lot of great initiatives here. I do like that we were able to reach out to the chamber to help the $500,000 that we allotted to give to businesses. That's a lot of administrative work, as well as working with Riley County and distributing those funds. That takes a lot of paperwork and all the applicants. But because of COVID, that gave a little pipeline of survival for some of our businesses and nonprofits. So thank you for that. One of the things I would like to see, even throughout this entire presentation, is childcare has become a huge issue in our community because even before COVID was here, we have a lot of young professionals and a high demand for childcare. So somewhere I would like to just see that woven in. I think that's going to be a strength for us if we can figure that out and stay in business for our young folks that want to come and set up buying a house here or living here or their jobs here. So once again, I appreciate all the work you've done. I think it's a good collaboration, and I hope we can get more grants and more diversity into it. Last year at this time, around from 7 to 9, we had the Douglas Center group talking and advocating for the Douglas Center. That was about a 2-hour conversation. Then we had something in the middle, I don't quite remember what it was. Then another 2 hours we had about the chamber conversation, and we went way past midnight. And one of the comments I made even then was, we have all of this minority population at the beginning, and then we had all the chamber, and I hope we can fuse those together. That's talent, that's a workforce, and they want to be part of what you are developing. So any way we can also bring them into the loop, into these discussions. You may have to go to them because they don't know how to navigate this whole process that we're talking about. They can't come up with a document like this. So once again, we have a wonderful community, and I know we're going to get stronger. Thank you for all your work.
Mayor, at this time, I'd like to make a motion to authorize city administration to finalize and the mayor and city clerk to execute the Fort Riley promotion, economic development, and tourism and convention contracts for 2021 with the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce.
Second.
Brenda, please call the roll.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Morse,
Yes.
Commissioner Hattasol,
Yes?
Commissioner Estabrook,
Yes.
Mayor Reddy.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if anybody wants to take a break, or do you want to plow through?
5, yeah,
Yes?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. It's about 9:15. We'll be back at 9:20. Thank you.
I need more water. I wasn't trying to call you out.
Exactly. Tell us what we ought to do. What can we do to push that forward? What can we do to push that forward? this diversity, okay, that's what you're talking about. Thank you, Jason. Yeah, I appreciate it. All right, I just wondered if you, with regard to entrepreneur and are you? Okay. Good. Yeah. Okay, good. I just haven't had an update on that. Okay, thank you. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you. Appreciate your reassurance. Okay.
Well, congratulations on your year. Yes. We'll see you around.
Yeah. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I was going to say, because she's working about half days now. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The Commerce Secretary and the LG, how many jobs can he do?
Yeah. Well, I sort of assume is he gonna find a new, they're gonna find someone new at some point here, so.
This might be on. No, thank you for all you've done. We'll get yeah. Housing, yeah. Thank you.
Dennis is going to. Yeah.
Okay, we are back. Our next agenda item this evening is the Housing Advisory Board discussion, and Dennis Marstall will be presenting this evening, our Assistant City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor Reddy and Mayor Pro Tem Butler and Commissioners. Good to be before you tonight. We have a discussion item for you, so we'll look for some of your input at the end of some information I have for you this evening, but I am Dennis Marstall, Assistant City Manager. So as we start tonight, over the past 20 years, we've had numerous housing-related conversations in our community, as housing has been a very broad topic, and we've addressed different components of housing over these past 20 years. But we've had a lot of housing conversations, or maybe some data points that kind of informed our housing conversations along the way. Going back to year 2000, we had a housing study that we commissioned as a city, and it came up with a result called Housing Manhattan, Planning for the Future. And really out of that study came three biggest needs that were identified: affordable housing, rental housing, and then housing for non-student population, really looking at some of the elderly and some of the family needs within our community. Also, both in 2015 and in 2020, just recently, the Flint Hills Wellness Coalition helped coordinate our annual, or not annual, but our community needs assessment with some of the input and help from Wichita State. And you can see on there, in 2015, there were 5 kind of top priorities that the needs assessment addressed or identified then. And then you can see the same top 5 that emerged in 2020. So there are some similarities between what was discussed in 2015 and then what was back on the issues again in 2020. And so when you look at some of these, you see affordable housing's on there. You talk about the property repair and maintenance, and overall thought about code enforcement, how we're doing addressing overgrown lawns, broken windows, trash, other components of that. And then even back in 2015, there was some interest about what do we look at for neighborhood improvement programs. Also, as we look forward, in 2018, effort funded by the Kansas Health Foundation, called a group the Community Solutions to Affordable Housing, which had these study circles. And some of the information that you've received in your commissioner packet and some of the comments from public, we do have Donna Shank-Hamlin here tonight. She was involved with the study circles, but really what they found, kind of some 3 overarching themes in 2018, was there's interest in our community about rental code enforcement again, housing and trust funds, how we kind of maybe set some things aside or look at utilizing some of those funds for housing issues. And then again, this concept of some neighborhood revitalization programs. And so all these have been and even these housing circles, one of the information pieces you have in your packet tonight is the draft bylaws. And I think these housing or these study circles kind of help ferret some of those out and bring some of those forward for your consideration tonight as well. Also, in 2019, the city did a partnership event with the KSU Student Government Association, where we had a tenant landlord forum that was held on the K-State campus. And that was the focus to identify resources that were available both to renters and to landlords, but really look at both those perspectives. And then out of that forum came a proposal from the Student Government Association to establish an 18-member Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee. And that proposal is in your information packet tonight. And then again, through the public comment today, Lane Lundeen, the Vice President of the Student Government Association, suggested that even that proposal be expanded to have some more KSU representation on that proposal. A couple of things that we've done over the years is we do a community survey from the City of Manhattan offices. And so we did one in 2017. And a couple of the questions we asked is how people rated a couple of different topics. One of these topics was around the availability of affordable housing. And then we also asked what their perception was or how they were satisfied with the condition and maintenance of rental housing. And then we also had them weigh in on the quality of new residential development. So this is in 2017. And you can kind of see the different results there about very satisfied, satisfied, dissatisfied, and on down. So it kind of gives you a sense. Interestingly, if you look in the middle column there about the condition and maintenance of rental housing, 26% of the respondents simply said they didn't know. They really didn't have an opinion. And then same thing about the quality of new residential development. About 24% of the respondents said they really didn't have enough information. But if you look at now the 2019 results, We did not ask that question about quality of new residential development. We dropped that off in 2019, but we did have the availability of affordable housing and then the condition information. And you can kind of see how the percentages have changed from the 2017 to the 2019, a little bit of difference there. But again, if you go back in that middle column there, the condition and maintenance of rental housing, again, 28% didn't have anything to weigh in on. But really, I think the important or interesting number there is a lot of people had opinions on availability of affordable housing. When you look at that first column there, and only 8.3% in that column said they didn't know or have enough information. So there's some more data points that we've had over time in the last, I said, 2 decades to look at some of these housing issues. And then most recently, in November, the Manhattan voters overwhelmingly supported the work that you put on the ballot initiative about the 0.5 sales tax initiative. And in that, we deliberately and specifically had a portion of that being dedicated to workforce housing initiatives. And what we see is that will generate approximately $6.5 million over the 10-year span of that sales tax. And then it will begin implementation in 2023. And again, in your information packet, we did put in the ballot resolution that you adopted as a city commission, and we put in there a specific language so that you could see again what we said to the voters would be the commitment for the sales tax around the workforce housing issues. So we're on record with that. And then we had, in March 2020, begun the process to go out for a housing study. Again, I said back in 2000, we did a housing study. We knew it was time to do some updates to that. But I know it's a lot of language, a lot of verbiage on your presentation here, but I did want you to see the scope as we are kind of presenting that back in March 2020. Of course, because of the pandemic, we put the RFP on hold, but now we think it is a good time here in 21 to go forward again with the housing study. But again, in context of the conversation tonight, we certainly want some more input on that. But really, this is kind of the scope of work that we're looking at. And you'll see there's some newer terms in there called suitable housing, but you can also kind of see how we're looking at things about residential size, quality, but also an umbrella term, that last sentence there, kind of suitable housing is an umbrella term to also include other housing terms, affordable housing, workforce housing. And so I want to be real clear with you and with the citizens as we go down this path is that we know there are many components and people may have different terminology, different perceptions of what we're addressing. So I think it'll be very helpful tonight to help clarify what we are looking at tonight. Is it renter issues? Is it landlord issues? Is it trust fund issues? Is it affordable housing? So we've got to make sure that we kind of take this time to clarify some of the terminologies or just what we want to focus on going forward. We do have examples, actually looking across the state of Kansas and trying to see if there are some comparable city examples. There aren't actually that many. One of the primary ones is the city of Lawrence, and I said the study circles, they did do a fact-finding kind of a trip to Lawrence earlier in the year. And so one thing to learn that we've seen from the Lawrence information is that they do have a 13-member Affordable Housing Advisory Board that was created in 2016, and on there is kind of the charge that they've outlined for their housing advisory board. But they have also dedicated some sales tax money to affordable housing, and they also, in addition to that, are putting aside some general fund money into the affordable housing work. And that's how it funds some of the money of their actual board, but also is how they do some of their initiatives with some additional general fund support for housing in Lawrence. And so as we talk tonight, just kind of, I want to put out there what our conversations have been. Clearly there is some point in time about rental housing, rental inspections, so that's still part of the conversation. But as we go forward from what we've heard from the commission on some initial concepts about what you want an advisory board to do, we want to make sure we get some clarity tonight. And so I just kind of put together 7, maybe some discussion questions that may help you. I know you may have some other things that you want to hone in on that are housing specific or housing related, but really is this discussion item for tonight is to help us get an understanding of where the commission is as you think about housing in general, and really where you want some citizen input. Where do you need guidance? Where do you want recommendations? And when you think about that, there's a couple different ways. You can maybe have multiple groups. If we want to create just a steering committee for the housing study, that's definitely an option. If you want the housing board to weigh in on how we will use the funds for the sales tax workforce initiatives, if you want a general body just to give you input and advice on tenant landlord issues, you have a whole host of options. And so whether you want to take on some of these questions tonight, or certainly have your own, we just want to tee that up for discussion tonight. And so I will certainly take any questions, but tonight is our opportunity to hear from you what you're kind of envisioning for our housing going forward in 21 as we can put this work plan, or come back to you in January with a specific outline on a board concept, scope, membership, whatever it is, based upon some of your feedback tonight. So I will end with that.
Yeah, thank you, Dennis. This is Mayor Reddy. Are there questions, comments? I'm sure we'll have a lengthy discussion about the Housing Advisory Board consideration. And it's good to know that we do have a sales tax passed and that we have some dedicated funds in 2023. And it's good to have those conversations right now. And they were started for many years before us, and hopefully we will see a path forward from this as well. So opening up for commissioner discussion.
Yeah, I've got a simple way of answering, I guess your 7 questions. The first goal is, we got the sales tax passed, and so there's money dedicated to this concept of workforce housing. That needs to be the focus of that board. And it does not need to get sidetracked in trying to set up zoning, changing of codes, stuff like that. We've got other people that deal with that, so they need to stay out of that. I also don't think, they should be getting into things like rental inspection, because that's a code office issue, and we've got a program now where people can call in and get inspected for free. So we've got a great rental inspection program. So I don't want to see it go down those rabbit holes. It's got to focus on that idea of workforce housing, and I wrote 5 bullets. I mean, essentially, there's 5 things that I would like to see that board do. One is to concentrate on first-time home ownerships, create an incentive plan for first-time home ownership to get people to get into the housing market here. And that ties directly to the workforce. Second is to come up with some relocation incentives, working with local employees, because one of the problems in attracting people here is you got to move and you got to find a house, and if they can come up with a plan to help with that relocation. Then third, provide housing initiatives to attract retirees to relocate to this area or to retire here, because they leave. We've got thousands of people retiring at Fort Riley, every year. How many of them are we attracting to the community? So I think that would work. The fourth point would be to coordinate with community development to rejuvenate existing housing, because one of the complaints in those surveys is we got run down stuff. Well, can we target some of this money to rejuvenate them so that they get rebuilt? And it looks to me like with newer rental properties and apartments coming on board and the higher density that we're doing, that some of the older homes that have been converted for years to rentals are starting to fall off the market, and people are going to want to sell them. Well, perhaps those can now be turned back into, single-family homes, and would help us with getting retirees or new students that graduate to get a job to buy a house in town. And then the fifth one is a little bit more open-ended, and I would just say examine best practices on affordable housing initiatives and recommend to the City Commission specific solutions to implement. And that goes into all the things. If you look on other city websites, they got housing trust funds and all kinds of various things. And I would just leave that open. And I'd like to see the board get put in place quickly, because essentially they can hash out these 5 points and come up with a plan so that they're ready to hit the ground running when the money starts coming in. Because the funding's going to drive what they're capable of doing. And I think it'd take over a year probably to flesh out the 5 points I made. But that's how I envisioned it when we put it up for vote on the sales tax. It's got to be focused on the economic development end of workforce housing, and not get sidetracked on other issues that can be handled by code or handled by zoning laws.
Thanks. I think there might be other. Yeah.
I just want to say, Commissioner Hattasall here, I just think your point 5, and point number 5, which was come up with open-ended, bright ideas on affordable housing things, would be their mission statement, more or less. And yeah, you can tinker around with all those other things, but yeah, the bottom line is I want the Housing Advisory Board to bring us good ideas on what can we do, and whether, and it'll be the whole gamut of, especially neighborhood revitalization things, figuring out, I'm not interested in interfering too much with the free market in the housing area, but I do want to think we could provide some kind of incentives somehow to first-time homeowners, or some incentive to. The problem is if like the city would start buying a rundown house or something and then putting some money into it or something, then someone's still going to have to pay the rent on the thing, and then somehow now the city's involved, and that whole thing gets kind of murky when the city gets too involved with some of the stuff. So I don't know what the solutions are, but I would like a committee to kind of poke around on them, and we could, the rest of us can spend some time doing our own Googling of trying to figure out what other bright ideas are out there. But yeah, just having them focus on, okay, how can we make this housing more affordable, and how can the city facilitate that and make more of these things. I don't understand how a trust fund works. I looked at it for a couple of minutes, didn't understand it. You'll have to explain it to me sometime. But yeah, I don't want the city feeling like we're interfering in the free market too much. But I think there's a lot of these other things with rental inspections and things like that are really a separate issue than what our housing advisory board main issue. If they spend 80% of the time fixing the affordable part, they can dink 20% of the time on the other things. And so that's, I think we've got to work on the affordability. That's where our focus for this board should be.
I think there's lots of discussion to be had. Go ahead, Commissioner Estabrook.
You don't happen to have those bylaws, right?
Not on.
That's okay.
Not a document. I have them.
I just, if you go back to Lawrence's bylaws on that slide, I think are their mission statement there, advise the governing board regarding issues affecting affordable housing and supportive services in the community. I think what that study circle, which both I was part of and Commissioner Morris was part of at times, then went to Lawrence and kind of saw up close some of that. That mission statement has been molded to make it more Manhattan-esque, and maybe Donna, you want to, yeah.
Donna has.
Yeah, it's in our packet. I just think I agree to the degree of keeping. I just wanted to point that out because, for example, the document I put together earlier today, the housing pillars, was more of a conceptual idea of what role is the commission what role does the commission have in developing this housing advisory board. And to answer your questions, I think it's hard to do because it's a chicken and egg in the sense that I think the scope of the RFP, some of the specifics of those relationships should be advised in part through the Housing Advisory Board. That would be bringing those stakeholders to the table to talk about workforce housing, to talk about what the scope, what is a housing trust fund, more of a technical assistance type of an approach to that local or that expert level, subject matter experts. And the commission's role, in my opinion, is keeping it more, not 5 bullet points, but really 3 is what I sent out, was the scope being it'd be suitable, that lines up with what the Community Development Office put together in that RFP. They started calling it suitable housing, an umbrella term for affordable and workforce. So suitable, meeting the threshold of what that means, and to keep everybody happy and to fill those gaps unmet by the private market and ensure that our most vulnerable communities are in our active workforce have achievable housing options for themselves and their families. And then, of course, I've listed there some possible housing advisory board topics. But again, I think that housing advisory board has to have some authority of its own to develop their priorities and agendas. So under suitable, there's a list of possible topics to kind of fit into that realm, and rejuvenation being one. Rejuvenation being a priority and something we told the community was was involved in workforce housing, and linking the labor market to the workforce housing programs. Those type of things fit into suitability. Leveraging the market, or not the market, but the existing programs. So there's low income, there's moderate income, and there's just housing subsidies or programs that exist that aren't necessarily tied to an income. Those programs aren't being fully embraced by Manhattan, haven't been for quite some time. We haven't had a housing study in 20 years. We've had a detachment of some of the housing policies in the last decade. So just what is out there that most communities I look at are using, but we're just not. So that's part of that suitability. But looking at compactness, and compact is a density subject. We talk about density, and we talk about how to make housing affordable by having more people living in a place, or having ADUs, or having more duplex, or whatever it might be. More people, less sprawl, and that potentially gets into discussions about community land trusts, which is different from housing trust funds, and more technical terms that are all, there's a whole industry and bureaucracy built around that, which we've just kind of sat in the closet and not paid attention to. I think it feels that way for the last 15 or so years, and haven't really explored those options. So bringing that compact where we have higher density, making housing more affordable, and the last is keeping it within possibilities. Unfortunately, at least 4 of those 5 points that Commissioner Butler brings up, I think could be achieved in the next 2 or 5 years, if not sooner. The last one's open-ended and, do whatever kind of thing, which that is not a good way to organize an advisory board in my mind. This is at least a 10-year project. We can get those 2 to 5 year goals, the low-hanging fruit, but then also merge those priorities into the strategic plan, build out longer. What does housing look like? What potentially rezoning 30 years from now look like? Some of that input, and not from this commission, and not from, maybe the next 5. These are topics that I can foresee being discussed at the Housing Advisory Board for the next decade. Plenty of work for them to do. So that's the chicken and egg. I'd rather have that body exist, and I'm open to, discussing what that looks like, as how many members, all of those things. But the scope and intent, and that body existing sooner than later, and that body Housing Advisory Board giving recommendations to a lot of those questions you have, because I feel like that's the part that's missing. If we're just going to make those decisions without their input, then there's a little bit of a disconnect there. Why create them after we decided what they're supposed to do?
I wouldn't say it's creating what they're supposed to do, it's giving them focus. Because there's got to be some focus, otherwise, and like you're still talking about zoning and high density, and that's taken care of somewhere else in the city. I think, we're crossing purposes there, because we got a big code review now where we talked about these auxiliary living units and things of that nature, and tiny homes and all of that. And I don't want to see that overlap. I want to see them focused on exactly what the voters voted for, which is doing something about that workforce housing. And so the way I phrased that, it does focus them on 4 specific things, and it leaves one for, okay, there may be, as Commissioner Hattasol said, some great idea out there, best practices that applies here, and that we maybe need to go there. But that's a different approach than saying we want this group to go out here and take care of low-income housing. That's not their mission. And you don't want them to go down that focus. We've got other people that deal with that. This is the workforce housing issue, which is somewhere in between in my mind.
Well, Commissioner Butler, the housing study is going to say, use these low income, use these levers that aren't being used. I mean, that's just going to happen, and they can either put it together or we can pay for one. But that is part of, they don't just skip to the end what is workforce housing. There's components that have to go together that include community development, that include the UDO, that include planning and platting, and all of those things involve housing to a large degree. To make it more affordable, you can't just put something that's more affordable out there. It is a system that it touches, and they're an advisory board, so they would be making recommendations that are informed on that lens, not making decisions that affect those things. They're just giving advice, recommendations, policies, that type of information that, I mean, we haven't had for 20 years, and paying for it is.
I understand that's like the idea of, first-time home buyer, some person entering the market, labor market, gets a job here at one of the businesses that Chamber of Commerce brings in. They need to come up with a specific plan of how can we make it so that guy can buy a house. And as Mark says, we're not going to be able to control the housing market, the price of what it costs to build a house or whatever, but can we put together incentives for the individual that is similar to what we're doing for the businesses, to get them to say, hey, we're here, and what tools are available. So there's a lot of work for them to do.
Right.
But I still think they've got to be given some definitive, direction so that we don't go off on, some of these areas that we're not going to get that immediate benefit. And I like your comment, low-hanging fruit. Yeah, we got to produce something.
Right.
You got a 10-year tax, and there ought to be some definable, success that people can put their hands on within 3 or 4 years. This group's got 2 years to come up with a plan, and then the money will start falling into place, and then they can execute. And I agree, we probably shouldn't mess around too much worrying about some of the details. We need to get this board in place, and simple mission statement, and here's the guidance, and let them go. And as for the makeup of it, I mentioned this. We had a list there in that draft, which has got all the normal players. It's got the realtors and all the different people. I'd rather see a lot of citizens at large be able to apply. And of course, if they have a background in that, like when they apply, you could say, hey, I've got a background in building and A, B, C, and here's why I want to be on there. I think that would broaden it, because at a certain point, it looks like on all of our boards, we're going to the same groups all the time. And if you're not a member of that group, you can't be a player. And I'd rather open some of that up. Now, some of them maybe need to stay on there. I'm not really, hard over on that. You might want one from, ABC agency, but I'd like to see at least a third of them be just citizens at large.
Commissioner Estabrook, I wholeheartedly agree, and I think that list that is in those draft bylaws is just, exactly what it is. The stakeholders in the community that touch into housing, that have a pretty big stake in housing. It doesn't have to be defined at all that way. It can be, but I do think it's important to, in the same vein that we think of as when you create something that deals with healthcare, you want the provider and the consumer both to have a defined spot there. So it's not just all one provider side. So I think that is important, and the city hopefully could craft a language around generic terms around for those spots or something, and the rest being at large. That would make sense to me. And then we got an email, I think today, from K-State that list had K-State as one seat on there where, you know, the students are, why didn't the students get a seat, or is it faculty only? And we get away from that if we approach it as that large. But I do think there is a small chunk of that needs to be protected among the provider and consumer in the housing world.
Commissioner Morris, did you want to say something?
I would like to hear from the public. The commissioners are stating their positions, and we haven't even heard from the public yet. So there's one person here from the
Sounds
public.
good.
I'd like
Thank
to hear.
you. Okay, I will open it up for public comment. Please, I believe we did have 2 email public comments, and I hope all the commissioners had received them. And we do have an in-person public comment as well. Just state your name and address, and typically for public comments, we have about 5 minutes. That one is good.
That works best.
Okay. My name is Donna Schenk-Hamlin, 1922 Leavenworth. I'm also employed at Kansas State University. And I'll try not to be redundant with the email that I sent with you. I'm really encouraged to hear the common ground that I hear with a focus on workforce housing between you, Commissioner Butler, and Aaron. And even though the title has been left purposefully generic, Housing Advisory Board, I appreciate the caution that there are many segments of housing issues being treated by other advisory boards. So the question might be, do you create a generic housing advisory board but give them the charge, given the passage of the sales tax, to focus, and given the attempt to reinvigorate a housing study, but give them as their charge the focus on those 2 areas for the next 5 years? That sales tax had a duration of, I'm trying to remember, about 5 years before it gets renewed or sunsetted. 2 only? Oh, okay, so 2 years leading up to the initiation of it. It begins in 2023 and then goes further. So I can see that a generic housing advisory board with a cross-section of the communities of interest could be given those 2 focal points. But I also just want to point out that they're going to, I love the idea of the open-ended. The whole exploration through technical assistance research, further study circles of the issue of community housing trusts merits a good deal of study by itself. It's a rather technically complicated concept, and the trials are varying all over the country in how it gets enacted. So I'm actually talking to the university and to other players in the nonprofit world of setting up a study circle series on what it entails to create a appropriate Manhattan community housing trust. That's just a study, but I'm really encouraged to hear that the focus should be, at least in the interim, on the issue of the sales tax expenditures, which the public understands to be workforce housing. I think
Thank you,
that's it.
Donna. Appreciate it. Okay. Any other public comments? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comments and bring it back to city commissioners' comments and discussion.
I do support a housing advisory board.
Get to this.
I do support the establishment of a housing advisory board. As I've listened to the conversation tonight, I support a generic kind of structure for that board. We can give them a charge specifically for these, first 2 years before the tax money or after the tax money starts coming in, but something to focus on. But there are issues here in the community that just aren't always addressed. And so it seems I think the focus has to be on, I am going to continue to call it affordable housing. You can call it whatever you want to, but that's what I'm going to call it. I don't want to limit it, and I want it to be clear that this is not for the high-income people. So I'm just interested in making sure that we use the right words. And suitable, you could drive a truck through. So I am just trying to narrow and workforce is, well, everybody, pretty much most people in this community have a job, so they are part of our, quote, workforce. So just to make that point, that's what I'm going to do. I do like the idea of renovating some of the housing stock we have here. So I'd like for a portion of it, some, to be targeted at that. I don't want all the money put into a big 18-plex somewhere. That's not, I don't want it that narrow, because there are lots of needs, and not just that. We already have public housing. Let's see, I wanted to, what were some of the other questions? I do like, I too don't know enough about the housing, the community trust idea, fund. I think I like it. And I like what I've heard so far, but I've also heard Ron caution about a land trust, to try to stay away from that. There are communities that have had bad experiences with that, so I want to be sure that I'd like to explore that housing trust, and I think this Housing Advisory Board could do that. I could see us setting aside some of the money to set up a housing trust, and maybe the first year's income or something, and then we go on to all of the other things that we're talking about, because what we're talking about, it seems to me, will exhaust the fund. And so I think we have to, I like the idea of orienting some of the money to first-time home buyers, not all. There are already federal programs for first-time homeowners. I'm not that interested in more tax credits, because I want people to invest in their properties. We have so many rentals, and in the end, tax credits here end up being rentals. Let's see, what else have you got here? And I'm just using your sheet as a trigger here. I don't know. This commission has not seen the UDO yet, though we've seen a first draft of chapter 1 and 2 or something close to that. So I haven't seen it. I'm not willing to. I believe it improves livability here, but I don't know what all the details are with it. I'm not interested in this process going into zoning or inspections, or I don't want anything that's going to sidetrack it from focusing on more affordable housing here. We can't even get something as simple or as a tiny house development. We aren't going very fast. I've been talking about those for 4 years. And then there are other situations too, but we need to also have some requirements in place. Some of the mobile homes in my neighborhood are in bad shape, and there's nobody in the court is going to report them. I mean, I'm just saying that there's a lot of denial in the community about some of the standards, some of the actual housing that we allow here. And, but I think we have lots of promise here. And I do like the idea of appointing across this draft of the bylaws. You know, I like the idea of a cross-section of people from the community. I like to see the balance that's on this proposal. That doesn't mean it has to be this. Certainly, as we work to refine it, we can change it a bit if we need to, or if somebody, you know, if some group is really passionate about it and another one isn't, then we can switch them out as. I don't think I've answered all the questions you had, Dennis, but I'm sure they'll come up, so I'll report in again.
You don't need to answer all of them. Aaron, did you want to add more comments? I'm not sure you were done with your statements.
I would love to talk about housing all night and keep Mark here. And no, a couple of things. These questions, and I'm certainly not an expert, but I have spent a lot of time in this, learning about this, interested in this, and I still, of course, don't know all the programs. But I think what I'm suggesting in these, as Commissioner Morris was kind of reading through and saying, you know, I don't like this or that. This is the charge that I would hope, and it's going to come out in a housing study, I'm sure, would be that they're going to identify those federal resources. There was a mention that there's already a federal home owner. It's not reinventing the wheel. The charge isn't reinventing the wheel on any of those problems. It's actually using those wheels. And we don't have anyone pushing that agenda in those resources. And so this is where that entity has a role to do that, is to be a clearinghouse of information, data sharing, bringing the stakeholders to the table, because we've had kind of this division in the community that don't communicate very well about those resources. That's a necessary function of the advisory board, is taking stock of what is available, and then putting that out in a helpful way. Education to the community, using those. That's where leveraging some of these programs or these grants or a cost share or a match, and that can be seen as administrative. If there's somebody that's doing income verification on a low income, on a moderate income, that can be the same person, but you're leveraging that and you're paying that person with potentially workforce housing funds to make this whole project work. You're getting more out of your tax dollars by having that type of attitude, I think, in consolidating and bringing that efficiency together of what already exists. So I didn't put these on here as a thing of we must do. This was just to guide the topic of just some of the broad things that exist already, including the moderate income housing programs. And I don't know for sure if the city manager has weighed in on land trusts at all, but I would think maybe land banking is potentially something that has a bad reputation, and this is not land banking at all. So I just wanted to clarify, land trust is not land banking.
Okay, I think just to weigh in on this, we've had these conversations for a little while, but now we have a funding source, so that makes it even more different. And this is a advisory board that's going to be here for a while, even after all of us are gone. So I think the way I see this is it is a multitude of things. One of the things I remember when Commissioner McKee was on here, he had an outstanding job that paid well, but he was living in a mobile unit and said, I can't afford housing. I can't afford to live here. And he had, all the right things going in life except getting a house. And I think that speaks to why this is so important. So I think looking at first-time home ownership is a good idea. I think all the items that Commissioner Butler had mentioned are good ideas, as well as Commissioner Estabrook. But I also think single families in the sense divorced or single parenting. And we don't have a place for them. I know when I was going through my divorce, I was not about to give up my house. But I know my ex had to go somewhere, and oftentimes it's the woman that leaves the house and with children. So we don't have a place where they can call those, work their way into a home. They often end up in a shelter or somewhere else because that income is decreased dramatically. So I also think about that as workforce housing, because those individuals are still working, but now they don't have affordable housing at the same time. And that makes it difficult. That's not necessarily an apartment, that's a house, because they have children that they also have to take care of. So that needs to be part of this picture that we're talking about. I suppose it could also be part of the rentals. I know the UDO is still working on the zoning piece of it, so I'm not so concerned about density and zoning so much. But anybody that has a job and wants to get a house in the city of Manhattan, there should be a path forward for them. K-State is constantly recruiting faculty, and I always hear from faculty that when we're looking around, I didn't know Manhattan was so expensive. Somehow they assumed if they came from somewhere like California, New Jersey, you would think their housing prices are skyrocketing, but the idea they have of Kansas is much less than what they're seeing. And all of a sudden they can't afford it because the income they're making here is not comparable to their mortgage payments that they're going to have here. So I think even with those jobs and all of the workforce issues that we're talking about, they have to be part of those at-large citizens. They don't fall into any of these brackets. I think this can be much broader because that's the piece we are missing. And also having this housing board can provide a way like we have for economic development funds. We have a structure where people can get some incentives and such, and maybe provide a way, paperwork to fill out towards that. So I think that's some of the scope when I'm looking at it at the Housing Advisory Board. I don't know if that helps you any in figuring out what we're all talking about, but I think we're just adding a few more things to what Commissioner Butler had said. Is that right?
Yeah, I think your point about the first-time homebuyer kind of having that exclusion of, it came to mind for me as well as somebody that's been divorced, and I was the one that was looking for a place. But that tenants to homeowners concept is a little bit more of a friendly term of people that are actually trying to get back in. They may be renting, but they're trying to get back into a home ownership. The first-time homeowner language, is a little bit World War II post. We have a little bit different of society now, but I thought about that, and that's a really good point. I'm glad you brought that up.
So I don't, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to mention that the Region Reimagined group had a built environment focus with several professionals. So it might be good to try to capture some of their what the conclusions that they reached, because they worked on it for a year, and I don't know all of the people involved in it, but certainly Christy Rodriguez was the leader of the Region Reimagined. I just know that they did have considerable, I think they came to some conclusions, and that's what I hope, is that we pull together these wonderful resources and from people here in our community as we go forward. You asked us to speak, these are just discussion items or what?
Things to think about.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's been very helpful, so the input's been good.
I see the Housing Advisory Board as a broad board, just like any of the other boards we have, and then one of the things that they will, and maybe we want to emphasize that in the beginning, is that to get us to the point that we, with regard to getting through this sales tax and what the focus of that ought to be, maybe that'll be the first 5 years or something, but, you know, how does a city the size of Manhattan exist this long and not have a housing advisory board? And it's time that we have one in general and that they function. Otherwise, it's free fall, and any developer can do what they want, and the city administration can do what they want. We need some focus.
And the strategic plan might come out with some of that as well. So I think they're all layered into one another. Are there any other comments, Mark or Commissioner Butler? Okay.
Great, appreciate it. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you. We'll talk, but see if we can schedule something for January or February, but January to give you a proposal.
Thank you, Dennis. Mrs. Mayor, the last item is discuss and consider establishing a diversity, equity, and inclusion task force. And we had discussed this earlier over the summer, just briefly, and then I brought it up again last week, and we decided to have another discussion about it today, this evening, to see if, well, have a broader discussion. So I made a PowerPoint. I'm not good at these types of things. That's why I don't do them ever. Do I just press the top button? Okay, so this is, right? Okay.
Should be good.
Good? Okay. The Manhattan Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Task Force. And I felt it was necessary to have a task force in this regard, mainly because we have lots of organizations, including Kansas State University, USD 383, as well as Fort Riley, which have something in place to have these discussions when you're talking about diverse communities. And tonight alone, we talked about the housing board, Housing Advisory Board, and earlier we discussed having a steering a committee for the strategic plan, which might have about 30 members. So all of these people have inputs, but what often you see in all of those organizations is it's the same few people that are constantly making those decisions, and we don't really know what the rest of the community is thinking because it's the same decision makers in all of them. I don't know if I'm pushing, am I pushing the right one? Oh, on, okay. There we go. So our city mission, the mission of City of Manhattan is to sustain order, protect public safety, promote public health, preserve and build the environment, and enhance economic vitality. The city supports a regional community in which individuals and families develop and thrive. And so that's our goal. That's the mission for the City of Manhattan, where all the individuals and families develop and thrive. And so we need to provide some of that space for them as well in our community. Why a task force? This has constantly come up. We have a Human Rights Services Board. Why do we need a task force? Everybody's doing everything they need to do. Why bother? Well, research has shown that cultural, racial, and ethnic diversity have a positive economic benefits to cities as well as human benefits. Many cities are intentional in welcoming diverse populations, and intentional is the key point here. We just seem to think it'll happen organically. Inclusive cities engage community residents from diverse populations in critical discussions and decision-making processes in order to move forward. So a task force is the best avenue for open discussion to develop strategies and brainstorm ideas that can broaden and deepen intercultural understanding in the community, provide underserved populations representation and engagement, and make the community stronger in the long term. And the key words here are underserved population and underrepresented populations, to engage them a little bit more in our community. Earlier, we saw the Chamber of Commerce. They're highly engaged. They're involved in everything. They're going to be on our strategic planning. They're going to be on our housing board. They're going to be in everything. But it's the same group that's involved in everything. So we're doing great for a small group of people, but there's a broader version of Manhattan. So these are the K-State numbers and USD 380 numbers. K-State and Manhattan, Ogden, USD 383 international representation data. And I'm very thankful for the folks that I sent emails to in just a matter of a few days ago that sent this because they do feel this is important for the city of Manhattan. So I collected this just in a matter of 2 or 3 days from our last meeting to today. And these are people that have busy schedules and busy lives. So I really do appreciate them taking time to do this. K-State has 1,162 students representing 99 countries. 354 scholars representing 51 countries. International students contribute over $49 million and 526 jobs in the state of Kansas. Though that's the state of Kansas, it's not just specific to Manhattan, but that's quite a bit of contribution, economic-wise. Manhattan, Ogden, USD 383 has 75 countries represented in the school district. 900 students have families that have indicated yes as a language other than English that is represented in their home. More than 40 languages are spoken within our school district. This is the map of where all the children come from. So they're coming from all over the world, but we never see them in our spaces, in our meetings, in our strategic plans, anywhere. We don't see them in the community, but they are families that live here. They are families that work here. These are families that pay taxes, sales taxes, property taxes, whatever tax, income taxes, whatever it might be. So they're contributing to the economy as well. But oftentimes, I feel we could do better as Manhattan to make it more welcoming and inclusive for them as well. Kansas State University and Manhattan, Ogden, USD 383 data on race and ethnicity. So K-State, when I mean race, I mean underrepresented and multicultural students and faculty. So at the university, there's 22% or 4,400 students. Faculty, about 24% that are underrepresented or minorities. Staff is about 18%, which is about 500. For Manhattan, Ogden, USD 383, the numbers may not be as clear as I would like for them to be or as big. I broke them down by numbers. I really appreciate Eric Reed taking the time out of his busy schedule to send me some data. Amanda Arnold has 45% underrepresented or multicultural students, 62% free or reduced lunch. Bluemont has 36 underrepresented population and 53 free and reduced. Frank Bergman has 40% that are underrepresented population and 42% free and reduced. Marlette, 26% that are underrepresented or minorities and 28% free and reduced. Lee, 49% of their student population is underrepresented or multicultural, 53% is free and reduced. Northview, 45% underrepresented, 62% free or reduced. Ogden, 33% are underrepresented or multicultural and 73% free or reduced lunch. Theodore Roosevelt, 30% underrepresented multicultural and 37% free or reduced. Woodrow Wilson, 25% multicultural or underrepresented, 26% free or reduced. Anthony Middle School, 34% that are underrepresented or multicultural, 30% free or reduced lunch. Eisenhower is 35% underrepresented population, 44% free or reduced lunch. Manhattan High School, 37% that are underrepresented or multicultural, and 36% free or reduced lunch. And Manhattan East Campus is 38% underrepresented minorities and 38% free or reduced lunch. So not only is there a high percentage in each of those schools that are minority populations, there's also a high percentage that are free or reduced lunch. And I think we often don't see that in the communities that we are in or in the groups that we hang out with. We don't recognize that there's a huge percent of our student population that is on free and reduced. In essence, their families are also in the same facing the same challenges. So the objective of this task force, to provide recommendations to create a more inclusive and welcoming community that includes cultural, racial, socioeconomic, and ethnic diversity in the future growth of Manhattan. I think even when we think about cultural, racial, socioeconomic, and ethnic diversity, I don't see that represented in any of our discussions, not even the words. The words are not even there. We might talk about low income once in a while, but we don't talk about cultural, ethnicity, or race in any of our discussions. And when we're not discussing them, we're just kind of leaving them off, whether it's in our policies, in our events, and whatever it might be. So by not recognizing them, it's almost, it's okay if we don't invite them, I guess is what we're saying. They can just go to our website. Why don't they just come? It's open to everybody. But we know the few that do tune into our surveys and apply for everything, because we go out and reach out to them. There's an advisory board, why don't you sign on? There's this going on, why don't you sign on? So just to make it a little bit more broaden our landscape a little bit. The Human Rights and Services Board. So this has come up even in our previous discussion. The city has a Human Rights Advisory Board, Human Rights and Services Board. So the two purposes that I'm laying out here. The Manhattan DEI Task Force will make recommendations which can be used by the community in the following areas. So it's not exclusive to the city, but oftentimes, like the Recovery Task Force, even businesses adopt them or other communities adopt them. It's not just the city that's adopting certain things. And these are the individual and family support, economic opportunities, public safety, livability, and health and wellness. Though those are broad, I will come back to how to address some of those. The Human Rights and Services Board can participate on the task force, and I did talk to a few of those members and discuss bringing specific recommendations to the city. So they would be the ones who also participate on this task force and have those discussions and bring them forth to the city if this is the direction the city would like to go. The broader communication is for everybody involved from all of those other agencies and individual groups, so they can have that discussion. The Manhattan DEI Task Force, 20 to 25 members. Though that might seem large, we just talked about lots of advisory boards that are probably going to have about that many members. Members will represent a broad spectrum of diversity in Manhattan, and I will go through some of that list a little bit later here. 2 co-chairs. There are a couple of individuals that have that would qualify to be as co-chairs. Qualify in the sense, I mean, where you have to facilitate a lot of people and a lot of sensitive topics and be able to stay on task and bring them back into what are we trying to achieve. And so monthly meetings, dates and times to be determined, a maximum of 1 year. They might finish everything in 6 to 8 months, but maximum of 1 year. So it's not an ongoing thing that just keeps adding another year to it. There is a beginning and an end. The Manhattan DEI Task Force is a place to share ideas, programs, and initiatives from different organizations. It's a place for dialogue, a place for brainstorming, a place to develop strategies and recommendations for the community. Manhattan DEI Task Force is not a place for personal accusations or blame, a place for judgment, a place for disrespecting anyone or any organization. So this is for dialogue and trying to find solutions and initiatives that are several of those organizations are already having in place, and maybe look to bringing into the community because they're kind of working in their own silos right now. The representation on the DEI task force. These are the few entities. We can add more if we want. We have the Kansas State International Students Office, Manhattan Chamber of Commerce, Alianza, which has the faculty and staff, the Hispanic American Leadership Organization, K-State Office of Diversity, USD 383 Committee on Diversity and Inclusion, the Riley County Police Department, Flint Hills Wellness Coalition, Flint Hills Human Rights Project, Black Lives Matter, Big Lakes Development Center, Morningstar, Coalition for Equal Justice, Black Entrepreneurs of Flint Hills, Veteran Service Organization, Flint Hills Job Corps, Manhattan High School Student Council. I put Manhattan High, sorry, meant to put Manhattan High School Student Council, K-State Black Student Union, Interfaiths, and Kansas Legal Services. And the reason there was a specific reason why all of these are on here. Oftentimes, for example, Kansas Legal Services. We find that a lot of minorities or populations where they don't have access, they also don't have legal services. And what the pandemic has shown us is that there's been such a high need for legal services, and this is one of those areas where they can also be part of that conversation of access. So that's my, I didn't have a questions page on here, I forgot. But that's my vision for this task force, and it is something that I feel it's long overdue. I think the Manhattan Human Rights Services and Advisory Board serves a different purpose than this task force. A community of our size can't afford to just stand still and stand for status quo. We're not going to move forward that way. This is not a complaint place where I'm looking at. It's to make sure we are aligning ourselves with some of the biggest employers in our community, the school district and the university, and make sure we are trying to do what we can for our diverse populations in this community. And that's that. I will open it up for questions and comments. Thank you. Anybody?
Well, Linda Moore, I do support the idea of this task force that you've proposed. I think it is long overdue, and we do have, it will give people an opportunity to think about each other a bit. And I think magic happens when we bring people together, and it's the kind of positive thing that I'd like to see us try. Other communities are doing it. Topeka has just created a diversity group, and the state of Kansas has just had one. There's a reason we're having these, and it is just the discontent that's taking place in the country, and I think it's a good way for us to come together and try to solve some of the issues that seem to be prevalent.
And I believe Kansas State University has made it their one of their priorities. I'm not going to say number one, but is a big part of their priority, and it took a lot of effort to get the Multicultural Center opened up after plenty of discussions and fundraising. But they've taken a lead on this, so we don't have to reinvent anything, but I do think it's time to have those conversations so we can kind of make sure it's also a community thing and be a part of that. Otherwise, if you're looking at workforce, they're going to leave. They're going to get a job somewhere. And some of the ones that come here don't want to get a job here because there's nothing for them as far as their own family and for their children. If you have a huge immigration population here that's ready to get a job and they leave because they don't feel a part of our community. And I think that we need to take some ownership and try to make things a little bit better. So I would like to propose the diversity task force for the city of Manhattan and get it started as soon as possible so that it can have that one-year timeline and work through some of these parameters.
So during 2021?
2021, I would like to see it started in January.
Period you're talking,
Yeah.
the calendar year.
Mayor, this is Commissioner Estabrook. I think to Commissioner Morris's point and to your presentation that there may be some in the community, and I hear it and receive some feedback that it's unnecessary. It's a something searching for a problem, but it's a solution searching for a problem. My day-to-day life, And just through where I work, I'm around a lot of people that are what you described, that don't feel like they have an in-ramp to the process to be engaged. There is this frustration, so I understand where you're coming from there, and why there is a need, and I don't think it is something that is somewhere else. I think it is something that is absolutely here locally. We've had discussions at K-State, but also discussions within the community populations, and clear back to things you mentioned a year ago with the Douglas Center and the minority populations involved in the representation and the history. So any guidance to the city for me is that I think it would be appropriate for the creation of a DEI task force to authorize the mayor to make appointments subject to the consent of the commission at a future meeting, with a specific charge, and that is of the task force with the limitation of, up to a year or less. That's the charge being around your presentation, around the DEI efforts, using the current resources to pursue external and internal DEI efforts. So I think that's a specific charge to come up with a plan within a year for a task force. It gives the commission the ability to see the appointments. It does not give the mayor an opportunity to disband a commission or a task force, is my understanding. And so the task force would be able to carry out its mission to completion of that development of the plan once approved.
And these are open meetings, so everybody would be privy to them, just like the Recovery Task Force.
Katie, Commissioner Hattasol here. Katie, is there some, I thought I heard earlier last week or something that that you were going to give us some information on establishing task force, and did I not hear that right? Or do you have is there some kind of guidance as to who creates, how they're created, or anything like that? Or is that just strictly at the whim of the commission whenever we want to?
This is Katie Jackson, City Attorney. I provided a memo. Ron, City Manager, might want to,
Well, I couldn't
might know
find it
when
in
it
the
was
500 pages.
distributed.
So we provided a previous memo from the city attorney just to look at all the options. But you're right, we had a discussion about establishing an overall policy relative to kind of a commission orientation package that specifies how appointments are made, and that's something we lack in our overall process is what are the processes for those appointments. We've kind of don't have time to do all that before some of these things need to occur. Even the Housing Advisory Board would fall into that category.
Okay, all right. So, okay, thank you. So you talk about groups of people sort of leaving them off or leaving them out of things. I guess there's two ways to look at stuff. I look at, we're not separating people out. When I see a group of people, I don't start picking out whites, blacks, gays, whatever. I don't see that, and so I guess that's the difference between me and some of the other sort of native Kansans is that we're not racist by nature. We don't see people differently simply because of their color, and things like this I don't really think bring people together as much as it keeps people separated, because it treats people differently based on ethnicity, things and such like that. So that's one of the reasons I think they could do some good stuff, and somebody, I guess my question is, if K-State and USD 383 both have had diversity task forces, how have they solved or improved the situation at all by getting together and meeting once a month? Besides getting the multicultural center built, which is that now helping people get legal services? Is it holding people's hands so they can get an apartment rented? Is the multicultural center solving any problems, or they just got another building? I guess my question is do these things ever actually accomplish anything other than just talk about stuff a lot and keep the idea forefront in people's minds, but never change anything? If the problem is somebody needs a green card, needs a lawyer, it's like, okay, what person is going to walk this person over to Kansas Legal Services and solve their problem? We can have all these bright ideas, but unless there's people on the ground holding people's hands, walking them, telling them about stuff. I know even the Shepherd's Crossing and Salvation Army and places like that can't get the word out to people that we've got free money to give you for housing and utilities and stuff. Is a task force going to help connect people, or are they just going to have policies and then we're still going to need a different not-for-profit to step in and solve these problems? I just don't think, I have not seen diversity committees accomplish anything to solve diversity issues, is my big point here between K-State USD, and maybe I just don't pay close enough attention to those areas to see what they might be doing that's changing anything. But I agree there's probably some issues, but I just think if for example, you've got an illegal alien that's living here and trying to get their kids into school and get stuff like that, there ought to be somebody maybe help with that. But is the task force going to solve that problem and make that situation better? I'm all about getting some results. I'm not interested in acting like we're doing something and by doing something we're caring more and we can feel better at night. I want to make people's lives better and get some action steps, not just theorizing and talking and agreeing that there's an issue that somebody should solve somewhere sometime, but never actually making changes on the ground. That's my concern, is that we're not actually going to make a difference in these people's lives, and just because we're going to have more bright ideas and you bring ideas to the city, and maybe those ideas are something that we could implement, and maybe eventually it could help a little bit, but either there needs to be people holding these people's hands and helping them through things. I don't think we're really interested in making the gay lesbian community feel more welcome by opening a gay bar or something. I don't know what kind of things we can really do that makes different groups seem more accepted and invited. We're in the middle of Kansas. There's some Kansas values and there's some ways you could do stuff, but there's only so much that the government and the such can do to sort of make people feel welcome. It's on a person-to-person basis, and it's by not separating them from the rest of the community. It's including everybody all together, and we need an inclusivity thing more than some kind of a diversity thing. We want to try to get everybody on the same page, and by kind of sort of keeping people sort of separated and feeling like they need some kind of special care, I don't really think we're doing that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hattersall. I think you bring up some really good points. So one thing, we are assuming that because they are a minority population or underrepresented, they're uneducated or undereducated. They're not seeking help and money and hand-holding. We have a lot of, as I was studying for all of this tonight, a great majority of minorities or underrepresented populations are at K-State. They're making a good salary. Their faculty, their staff, they're doing great, and their children in our community. So it's not a piece about, do we need to hold their hand and feed them or anything? That's not it. We take care of a lot of people in our community. Today we just took care of downtown, because it's a business entity. They're a contributing factor. So these people that we are talking about, when I talk about diverse populations, I'm not poor. And most of the Indian community is not poor. But you don't see them anywhere.
What do they need then that they're not getting?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So when you have a diversity commission, it could be as simple as recognizing their holidays maybe, or having, how do you know there's no gay bars in Manhattan? You don't know that. So unless, you can't assume. And so those are some things that we just need to learn more about each other. There's lots going on. The university has several initiatives having they have their own diversity commission, organization of their own, but even having certain books, their libraries are more diverse because they address a lot more cultures. They recognize certain historians that have made contributions or invite speakers to their campus and such, or are part of their policies as far as even the Multicultural Center. That took a long time to get there. So we can't just assume we're talking about poor people or needy people. We're talking about respecting them. Most circles I'm in, I am the only person they know that's not like them. And that's okay. But there's a whole lot of people that, just want to be part of that dialogue. And I don't think having a discussion about how to be more involved in our community or recognizing that they're here, I think it'll help us even make us more united as opposed to divided and exclusive to one another. Like I said, this isn't a place for venting. When I was on the Diversity Commission at the school district, they're still having a lot of conversations about just incorporating everybody into how they treat each other in their classrooms. As a teacher, I teach a variety of children and how to make sure you're addressing them and talking to them and respecting them and such. But right now, we don't even know them. We don't even see them. So I don't think it can do any harm and might actually be good. This is not going to take consultancy services. We're not providing a special funding space for anybody. We're just giving them access to what everybody else has access to.
Mayor, this is Commissioner Estabrook. I was just going to point out that you're referencing, and Commissioner Hadisall's referencing, have these other diversity task forces accomplished anything? And I was part of the 383, that effort, but I don't want to talk about what they did or didn't do. I think what we haven't discussed is the other two letters in the DEI, and that is something that Commissioner Hadisall just pointed out. Wanting inclusion, well, that's the I, and DEI and equity, and we are talking about poor people. We are talking about socioeconomic conditions, and this list is it's not just about race and gender. When I look at it, I see veterans organizations, there's mental health organizations, things that include the inclusion of people. So I think your passion there, you're right on, but that's the other two parts of it. If we only focus on the D, then we get in this circular argument of, well, are we dividing people and talking about race and only cultural? I think there are other elements to this conversation. One thing that I often I'm sympathetic to what you're talking about, in the sense that it's hard, you want to care for people, it's hard to understand why this needs to exist, or what are these types of things that maybe I'm perceived to be, am I doing something wrong? Are we doing something wrong? But until those conversations are had, until I heard other people and their perception of how things are, I didn't really see things through their eyes. So I've gone through that in my own experiences, and it's not a issue of being defensive, it's an issue of understanding, and it's almost as if people would love to call it being politically correct or go down that road, but I think it is also a better if you're unaware of it, you need to be aware of it before you're making a decision, and this gives a chance for that to happen. Things like as simple as I've gotten complaints about us calling it the Festival of Lights. I mean, that's a Jewish thing, and that's could be. Did we ever, you know, who have we discussed that? And that's just something that comes up. It's things that we need to have and process consciously that we don't react to. I love the Festival of Lights, but I don't think of it as that way. Some people in the Jewish community certainly do, and they're a little off-put by that.
Yeah, see, this is the only point I want to make. I think it's a task force in search of a mission, and maybe it'll do no harm, you know. The thing that bothers me is that list up there, because what that does is exclude people. You have to be in one of those groups. Why can't it, again, just like my comment on the housing board, why does it have to be somebody that's a member of those groups? You've just excluded a whole bunch of people in the community. Because they got to be a member of one of those groups to even get nominated. Maybe there's somebody out there that's not. So I'm not happy with that list particularly. That will upset some people. And your comment there, you know, Aaron, about, you know, somebody not liking Festival of Lights, people don't like Merry Christmas and all of that.
Right.
But that's why you've got to have more diversity on there, because there's the other side of the coin. You know, what about the person that thinks Merry Christmas is fine? Don't they get a say too? That's what America's all about. And that's why some people have sent us emails saying they think that's going to divide it. So I don't mind if we go forward with a task force, you know, limit it to 1 year. Maybe they'll come up with something, but you got to put a diverse group on there. And we did have one email on that said, hey, this is not inclusive and it's not diverse, because what you've done is signaled out, you know, certain groups, and you're not going to have a good mix of the population.
Who did we single out? Who did we single out?
No, I'm not singling out any. I'm just saying, look at all the groups you've got listed there. Flint Hills Tea Party isn't up there.
Because they have space to talk.
Oh,
We're
do they?
here. We are. I mean, we have elected
Do they?
officials.
You see that's the point that some people are complaining about. Why don't you just eliminate some of those groups there and just say, fine, citizens at large?
Because this is underrepresented populations. That means the vast majority that are represented are already here. We're talking about underrepresented populations, the ones that you won't see here or on any other task force.
It's a group in search of a mission. That makes no sense. It should be mixed with the, you know, the demographics. What you're doing is you're gonna put a group of people together that don't represent.
Well, you're also assuming some of them are not Tea Party. Why would you think any members of those organizations are not Tea Party? How do you know their party affiliation? Just by looking at the groups.
You don't have an organization like Rotary up there, the Lions Club, Flint Hills Tea Party, the Optimists, all these other groups here, which may have diverse members in their group. And so why not just simply, you know, put a couple of those as citizens at large? That's all I'm saying.
Because we can't. Okay, but what I'm saying is they already are a majority. We are talking about I am part of a Rotary. I'm actually going to 3 Rotaries, and none of them have anybody but me. So we're talking about underrepresented populations. Everybody else is very well represented. And as far as political affiliation, I really don't know where anybody falls on political spectrum. That
was one of the questions.
That's not a category. I don't even know, like I said, if it's going to be men or women. I don't know.
I viewed these as categories. And originally there was some discussion, I don't want a committee of 20, 25 people, that's too unwieldy. So I just viewed you as picking some groups that would need to be represented. There may be people who decline, you may add 2 or 3 more for some reason or other, but this is representative and we get the idea about what you're proposing. So I don't consider this, maybe you intend it, but I just didn't take it as the absolute list.
I think we can gain a lot from it. We have nothing. So this would be a baseline. How many times have we worked on plans and plans and plans? And even tonight, we're still working on economic development plans. Some will be successful and some won't. But it's worth giving a shot. It's worth putting more into the workforce from these communities. It's worth giving them a chance to say what their needs are, so we incorporate it into what the city can do better. You know, maybe there's some brainstorming ideas that'll come out of it that'll help us stay in competition with places like Sedgwick County, Kansas City, and Topeka. That's our competition, and they have programs.
So what do we need to do?
So I don't know what we need to do, but I would like to get it started.
There's no motion.
There's no motion.
Well, it does say how the commission wishes to proceed, which could include a motion regarding possible future actions or intent. I think might be some interest in having a vote on this at the January 5th meeting.
We can make a motion if we want.
So what we kind of laid out for you in background information with the previous referenced memo was that there's different ways that a commission can establish a group, a committee, task force, advisory board, whatever the case may be. And that could be like a mayor's task force, for instance, which implies that that the mayor, whenever that mayor is still mayor, can somewhat regulate it. Or what I heard Commissioner Estabrook talk about was authorizing the current mayor to form a task force that the commission would consent to. That's an option. Or you can empower a commissioner. And we also talked about the differences is the commission having something that would be supported by staff, so the commission as a whole is making the appointment, as opposed to an individual commissioner can go off and do something on their own, but wouldn't have resources to make that appropriate. So it's your wishes. There obviously how you want to proceed with the topic is something that we're looking for direction on.
I think it would be appropriate to have it designated as the Manhattan DEI Task Force. And as usual, I can make the appointments and the City Commission can approve them at our January 5th meeting. And I haven't called even the Recovery Task Force as a mayor's task force. It's always been either the Greater Manhattan Community Task Force or the Manhattan Task Force. But I don't want it to be the mayor's anything, because I believe it's Manhattan. And so that's my proposal.
I would like to see a task force. I think it's the best vehicle we have here to encourage the kind of community discussion that I think we want. Recommendations can come out of a task force, and then we take the next step, whatever that is. Maybe there's no next step, I don't know. But I think I think a task force will invite the kind of discussion and exploration that we want to see happen. And I appreciate, the other thing is I like the way the Recovery Task Force has worked. And it doesn't have to be that way, but that the city is able to use its resources, and meaning email service and Zoom, or, get people to be able to communicate together without a lot of labor-intensive effort. So we're not doing like we do with some of these other boards, where we have to do the minutes, and all the structure is formal. The Recovery Task Force is more informal, but they are still communicating, and some good things are coming out of that. And so there has been good. It's not as structured, but I think we need to take a first step.
You have my information. I stated earlier, I think the pathway that I see most appropriate. My question is, if that pathway is taken for this task force, approving the creation of a DEI task force and authorizing the mayor to make appointments subject to the consent of the commission at a future meeting with that specific charge within a year, what, we get into a problem potentially. I don't know if it's a problem, but it's something that probably who is making that appointment, because this seems to be very important to the current mayor, may not be to a future mayor, and that is the conundrum I think exists with this limited time frame. Given the end of the year, the change or the reorganization meeting January 5th, is there before the reorganization, would there be potentially something to adopt, or is this going to, if we say be later in January, then it's a situation where the future mayor has the rest of the year to fill the appointments, or at his or her leisure. That just seems to be the problem with the timing.
Sure, and good point. Obviously, we're only in our second year of going to a January cycle, as opposed to what we were on before. But one of the things we did last time was we had a provision called old business before the reorganization. And so that would be an appropriate time if you felt like that would be enough time for the current mayor to make those recommendations for those board appointments. So I think she could only answer that from that standpoint. Otherwise, you have to give us other direction, that you have some other process in mind for those appointments and how those recommendations are made for filling that position.
I thought for sure you were making a motion because you were reading it, and so why don't you do that, and we'll just plan on voting on it before the new mayor gets sworn in, and it'll be, do that.
Sure. Let me pull it back up. Yeah. All right, so I move.
I want to make a comment first. I think it's inappropriate to make a motion because it's not on the agenda. I said that before. This was not supposed to be a voting item. What the staff was trying to do was gather up, how to put this together. Now, basically what the issue is here, the way you've outlined it, you're afraid that you create a mayor's task force and I'll disband it should I become mayor. And I think what the staff has got to do in this case is create a commission task force that is in place for a year, as you've advocated, which makes no difference on that. As far as the appointments, I can support it if you add 5 more people to that, call them citizens at large. And if it goes that way, then fine. Then I think we'll have some added diversity in there. And then the commission can, sit down and argue who's going to be on there. And that solves the problem. But, you can go ahead and make a motion. I think it's way out of line. We've done that a couple times since I've been on the commission.
Yeah.
I think it's flat wrong when we talk transparency in government and we make motions when we got a non-voting item on the agenda.
Thank you.
I just want to be on record as saying that.
Thank you, Commissioner Butler.
This material does have a possible motion on it.
And yeah, it was noticed, there was
legitimate.
Proper discussion in my opinion, but
There
I
was public comment to it as well.
totally understand your position and the recent motions that you've made without public notice as well. I'm moving that we approve the creation of the DEI task force and authorize the mayor to make appointments subject to the consent of the commission at the January 5th old business section of the meeting.
I second the motion.
Brenda, please call the roll.
Thanks. Commissioner Morse?
Yes.
Commissioner Hassel?
No.
Commissioner Estabrook?
Yes.
Mayor Reddy?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
And I want to clarify, it says on my packet, as this is a discussion item, there's no possible motion unless the commission wishes to provide possible future actions or intent. That's not a vote, so I'm going to abstain. I refuse to vote on something that's not on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. We do have executive session for consent agenda R.
So Mayor, do you want an executive session? Or are you thinking the questions that you have are relative to that?
I think the questions I had were answered. I don't know if anybody else had any questions. I never had a chance to talk with anybody.
No, I read that. That was a good series of questions you proposed. So I'm prepared to just deal with it without executive session.
Okay.
Same.
If everybody's comfortable with the answers and nobody wants to have further dialogue on that, that's fine. I was just very concerned about it. With that, is there a motion?
Had us all here for a second. So really the debate about this item is that there's the landowner and then there's the business owner on the land. And we're buying the land. We've agreed with the landowner on a price, but the business person thinks they're entitled to some of it. But
That's why I wanted
that's under
an
debate.
executive session.
And so, so we're going to have to do sort of a condemnation process in order to get the land, and then those guys can hash out between themselves, and we'll keep moving forward with our project.
Yes,
More or less.
there's a dispute that will delay us being able to have title to the property to move forward.
Okay.
Without this action.
Okay.
You'll still have to consider the agreement. You'll still have to consent to that agreement. We need to start the process in order to move it along. We're still negotiating. We're still going to try to resolve this without going to condemnation, but we need to start it in order to make the timeline that we have set forth for construction.
Well, I'll go ahead and call the question and make the motion. It was item R, that we approve resolution number 121520G, declaring it as necessary to acquire the property interest on the properties listed by the power of eminent domain for the Aggieville Parking Garage Project, AG 1093, and the associated street and utility projects, AG 1902, and direct staff to complete and file a survey of the necessary interests.
Is there a second?
Second.
Brenda, please call the roll.
Commissioner Morse,
Yes.
Commissioner Hattasol,
Yes?
Commissioner Estabrook,
Yes.
Mayor Reddy,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, everyone. With that, we are adjourned.